Wow, what is with this stutter? What is with that? Alright, 1 second. Oh, you're actually gonna let me change my settings in game now? Okay. Yeah, so I had a thing that my game XML file, which is just where your settings are stored for the game, got corrupted. And yeah, so we lost a bunch of our settings, and that's what we're feeling right now. Alright. Where are things that we can get some decent mirrors are always a pain. Basically, I need to knock this down a good chunk. Yeah, I'm still getting a real bad frame stutter. Frozen. Oh, it's probably re-rendering all the shadows. No, it's not a problem with the save. The game XML file got corrupted, and the game XML file is what chooses a lot of settings. So the foliage is definitely way thicker. Let's try toning that down. So I do apologize about getting stuck in fixing a bunch. Let's just go up here. You're fine. Just taking a moment to redo all stuff. Now, part of the thing is it has to re-render shadows and all that when you change your settings. So we might have to just let it sit here for a minute and have that stutter while we go for a minute. As it does all its shaders and all that. But anyways... Okay. Anyways, so what I was saying is, we're trying to get things wrapped up in here so I can get the keys out. We are getting relatively close, because all things considered, while I still have a lot more to do, if we look at what I still have to do to complete all our objectives, one of those is to get the remaining items I have here, which I believe I have 6 of them to get. That's one of our objectives. The other objective is to get the other animals set up, which, if we look at our animals, I have the cows to get, the horses, the pigs, the sheep, and the bees and the others I don't think count. We already have the chicken. So it's these 4 here, and those are all waiting on grass. So that's like 97,000 there. You get the idea. And all these will be more income. To do that, I also need grass as an input. And then the 1 million of production changes once I get a million in there. Let's say the timer runs out, will you still go your normal time? Yeah, that's the intention, yeah. I usually do it that way. Unless, like, I'm really, really drained. If I'm feeling really, really drained, I have had it before where it's like, no. Okay, so it seems to be settling down. For those who don't know, a lot of games when you play them, they'll do that whole thing where before you get to the game, it's like, rendering shaders. And the whole game kind of just sits there for like 10 minutes rendering shaders. Farm Sim does that after you boot up the game. Like, so you actually get in the game and it is actively working on rendering your shaders. So that's part of why I was like, alright, let's just hang out here for a moment and let it run, and it'll smooth out, is because it is rendering all the shaders. So as we move around the map, we might get a couple hitches as we go to new areas, but it does look like it's getting that sorted. And that's because the graphics, changed, because my game XML file got corrupted. And as a result of that, we were dealing with, like, all of these settings got changed, so all my shader settings got changed, they all had to be re-rendered and yada yada. So, kind of annoying, but it is what it is. So you're going over there. But yeah, so we're trying to get some objectives done, because those 3 objectives over there, that is, I believe, 5 keys for the full game for me to give out to the community. With the Nexat DLC for all of them. So I think that's like $50, $60 per set or something like that. That's effectively going to be me being able to get the community almost $300 and stuff. Are we still in crippling debt? We're not that bad. We were at 500,000 the other day, and we're not about 200, and it's about to be like 150. And being in debt doesn't count against those other objectives. It's just how fast I can do stuff. So we got that. Oop, there's the fence there. I almost didn't see the fence. Yeah, so getting a little bit of stutter while everything settles in. That's okay. Animals-wise, we need to reset where the thing is draining. We need to reset the water. Contract-wise, I'm probably gonna leave that contract alone. It's a good contract. But yeah, so we are actively working on some objectives. Otherwise, yeah, I probably would have already been taking a pause on Farm Sim for a little bit. Just not doing it quite every day, like a couple days a week or whatever. But very genuinely, I want to get these objectives done. Because the way I see it is I can get a bunch of stuff for the community. So there's the whole thing. But I do know we've been going pretty hard in Farm Sim. Like, if we did a full stream of Farm Sim, I could probably get the objectives just knocked, but I don't think I necessarily want to do that. Alright, so we'll get to sell a bunch of that here in a minute. You guys pro mutual aid? Yeah. Because notice a lot of people are like, I would love the game, but I'm not sure if it'd run. I would love the game, but you know, don't have the money, like that kind of thing. And it's an opportunity for me to make that happen for at least a couple people. Alright, so just need to top off these greenhouses and all that. But yeah, as I mentioned before we started the YouTube segment, like, Inzio's dropping in the... I don't know how it's pronounced, I need to get that resolved. Inzio, the Sims competitor, which doesn't see itself as the Sims competitor, is dropping soon, and it's looking pretty good. Now, that said, where I did say Sims competitor, I do think it's very different from The Sims, and I think for some people that's going to be a plus or a minus. Like, The Sims is very cartoony and silly and does, like, a lots of, like, supernatural and silly kind of stuff in it. In Zoe, on the other hand, does not. It's far more realistic. You know, for better or worse. Like, it takes itself way more seriously. And I think that's going to be a massive change where some people are just not... You know, some people are going to want their vampires and magic casters and time travelers and all that. Sorry. The other one that's interesting that Zoe does is they actually have it where you can just, like, import stuff. So I can just, like, take an image and import it into the game. And it's one of those things that, like, you could just, like, I could just take the avatar and import it into the game as, like, a texture, and I could say, alright, try and make it a 3D object. And it does its best. And they're calling it AI, which... again, no. It is more algorithmic again, not really... Like, it's generative in the sense that it's making something, but it's not generative in the sense it's not splicing a bunch of people's work. You are taking your own asset, being like, hey, make me a thing in the game with this, please. So it's a little different. Like, it's not stealing from artists. I mean, now if you personally went and you individually stole from an artist and grabbed an image and chucked it in the game, then there's the argument of stealing from artists. But at the same time, if you're importing it into your own game, it's a very different animal than, like, what a game uses generative AI for commercial purposes. Okay. I don't know why I parked that literally the next in-game, dang it, move it. Sims is kind of like Beach Blanket Bingo-esque, 50s pop. Yeah, no, like The Sims has its aesthetic. Like, and I honestly think that's an asset to The Sims to have its unique aesthetic. But Enzoe is doing its own thing. So the way I would say it is they're competitors in the sense that both games are in the same genre, but that's kind of where it ends. That they're in the same genre, but like they're taking entirely different paths. So like, it's kind of like comparing a game like Call of Duty versus a game like Escape from Tarkov, maybe. So like they're both first-person shooters. So like at the bird's eye, they're both first-person shooters. There is a non-zero amount of overlap in those audiences. But one is an extraction shooter and the other is like more a direct, like we're just going to be killed, like, you know, team deathmatch kind of shooter. Like they're in the same large umbrella blanket genre, but once you get down to the nuance, there's definitely differences between them. All right, so I want to sell all but 3,000 of the barley here. So I do want to make sure we save a bit. I also didn't pay down my loan yesterday, like I said I was going to. Come on. Alright. But I do think the priorities right now for us, as far as what we're spending our money on, is I want to get grass production online, and I want to start getting the other animals going. And the thought process there is once I get the other animals going, I get more revenue sources. That we chuck the grass in there, the animals eat it, and they make whatever the appropriate product is they make. And all of that is stuff I can sell. The things I need to do that is there is a windrower called the McDon. We have the header for it already. I just need the machine itself. If I buy it new, I did it again. I sold it all. It's fine. It honestly doesn't hurt us that bad. It's just inconvenient to do it that way. It just means I'm going to end up having to buy 2 rounds of feed for the chickens. So instead of getting whatever amount I would get out of that money, I get a reduced rate because I effectively sold stuff and then have to buy it back. It's fine. That's still 4 payments. Honestly, even that, we'd have to reduce how much we think it impacts more, just by the fact that I'm also not doing the payments on that little bit as well. Okay. And you don't have any contracts we care about. There's not much to add for this in-game day, so we're just going to move things forward. But yeah, so the idea here is the things we want to get is I need to get that is one thing. I'm hoping it'll come up sale. If it doesn't, that's fine. We want to get that. I will need to buy that tile of land. Once I have that, we can start doing grass. I will also want a baler now I think about it, and the baler trailer. But you get the idea. We got the equipment there. That gets grass on the menu. Once we have grass on the menu, then I can start putting down the cows, the horses, the sheep. They all require grass. The pigs I could probably put down any time now and use the extra barley for them. So maybe next harvest, we get the... Yeah, next harvest, let's plan to get the pigs going. Oh, plowing mission, never mind. Okay. So the next big day is June. June we harvest. But yeah, so let's plan to get the pigs going. That way we have something new right away going on. We'll get that, we'll buy a couple of pigs, and we'll let the pigs start breeding. Like, we won't make a huge priority in the one. We'll just let the numbers start building up. And then I'll make it a point whatever is a good time during the year, I will sell, like, half the pigs or whatever it takes. Basically, so that we continue to increase the population. But that's all fine, so you're good for at least 2 more days. You don't have anything we care about. Your production lines are fine for the moment. Because the other thing I could do is if we really just want to knock this out, we can start cheesing this. Which, cheesing it would be buying power generation, tossing it down on the map, and letting it be effectively infinite money. And then just using that to fund everything. Oh no, I didn't pick up the eggs. Well, that's a minor hit to our income. Drop it. That's the one downside, is when you have these types of production lines where you can't directly sell, it's really easy to overlook one for a day or two, and then they stop producing once they're backlogged. So we probably didn't lose that much in eggs, but that probably cost us $1,000 would be my guess. Not a huge setback, but that does suck. Alright. So nothing new there we care about. It's a good contract there, but we're just going to try and go fast. Pay down the loan again. So our debt is already... We've started stream, we've already paid off half of what we still owed. Like, right now, I could get the McDon and the land and the baler, but it wouldn't max out my debt again. Which, that does mean paying like $1,500 every single in-game month just in interest. Which we're trying to avoid. Nothing we need here. Okay, so today is the first day I need to get them food. Man, we're getting these really big plowing contracts and all that. But they're just not worth it. Okay. So pay that down again. Alright. So, a couple things need to happen. One, I gotta go grab this trailer. This isn't the vehicle that grabs the trailer. So, we gotta deal with the eggs. Now I gotta go grab some wheat for the chickens. Because I accidentally sold the barley too much. That'd also be another good thing if I get the pigs. Is it means the barley, I probably would want to hold on to it. So it'd save me from myself of accidentally overselling the barley. Because then it would take me probably multiple years to fill up a silo to have a bunch of surplus. And we could just have it that once I hit that point of the thing being basically full. So animals, wheat, buy, yep, okay, back, go to sale price to watch for stuff. And I will end up needing to buy 2 more rounds of the wheat. The chickens do eat about 2,000 liters of wheat a day. Oh, you know what the way I should approach the pigs is I should figure out what their maximum value is. And we sell whichever pigs reach their maximum value and just try and keep a rotation. Okay, that'll feed the chickens for today. And roll over here because we're apparently not filling these up with water. Alright. But yeah, no, if we were to switch over to power generation just as a way of making... Well, let's just focus on the pigs. We've already got something that we can just plunk down to make more money. Let's focus on that. Because, like, oh yeah, if we put down the power generation to cheese the money real fast, it'd basically be fast-forwarding. The money just flows into everything, and then fast-forwarding more. Which is why I usually don't do this. One, it's not super entertaining. That's fine. Because we've certainly made more than $1 million over the course of this playthrough from our greenhouses alone. Would be my guess. Not counting any of the other stuff we got going on, like the chickens and whatnot. We've got well over $1 million worth of equipment laying around here, and I doubt it's loose barley that's been making that happen. I mean, it could actually be the contracts would be a big contributor, too. Alright, so you have May and then June. June is harvest, and we'll make the pigs happen then. I could more than afford to get the pig pen, and I could more than afford to chuck some pigs in there and let them start breeding up. That wouldn't even be that big of a setback. I don't think we're going to get any money from the pigs in the short term. I think that's going to be a long-term moneymaker. Or it's going to take a while for the population to build up and age up. I can't imagine the slurry and manure sells for much. I could be wrong on that one. My understanding is the main value for them is you get the slurry and manure, and that you can use that as fertilizer, and that fertilizer is relatively effective. It's just more laborious, which I'm just not going to do. Okay, you're all in position now. And get you back on the egg. Well, actually, I'm going to need both these tomorrow. We'll put you back in the egg trailer. Yeah, that'll be good, because that means I won't be selling the barley for a while, so at least it'll be less human error prone. And then when we fill up the silo, I'll just make it a habit. As long as the silo's full, I will just chuck whatever. Alright, so double check the sales. Didn't anticipate changes. No amazing contracts. I mean, the plowing one's worth a lot, but a lot of work. And the chickens have over 2,000 liters, and that's what matters, so we'll fast forward. That'll put us May. The other good news is, like, with June, what I could do is I could start the harvester doing all the harvesting, and while the harvester's doing its thing, I can work on leveling out the ground, putting down the barn, all that sort of stuff. The big thing is going to be figuring where the input and output for the barn is to make those decisions. Alright, so before we sell... So I actually only need 1,000 more food today. Those are all fine. Alright, and sales? Still nothing I need. Alright. So it looks like they only ate 1,000 feed, which is perfect. Alright, next in-game day is when we will get the pig started. Because that'll be good. That'll be progress. That's kind of the thing that I feel has been a big thing, is since we got the Nexat, and that's just basically where all our money's been going for like the last 2 streams, is just buying chunks of the Nexat. While we are making good progress, you know, the only visibility is the pile of junk laying in the field across the way. The farm itself hasn't really been growing. So it's not visually as satisfying. There's your feed. All right. Now I go feed the chickens, the last of this, and then we'll have barley for them the next day. And then we'll have to get an idea of like how many days I can go between like feeding of the animals, since I won't be able to stage this here.
Hankering for education, are we?
You just want to waste channel points and save Fortnite? Random choice in your life, but okay. I've never streamed Fortnite, nor do I particularly have any plans to. Like, no judgment on the game. I played it way back when it was Fortnite Save the World. I literally have never played it in Battle Royale. Like, by the time it had a Battle Royale mode, I was kind of over Battle Royales. I'd played a lot of PUBG, which I had a good time with. That one I stopped playing because the cheating got bad. Where you'd load up the game and you'd see someone flying across the map at Mach 5 and just headshot, 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 headshot. And you do like every night, if you play like 3 rounds, you'd have 2 of them that get ruined by that. And you're just like, you have 500,000 channel points? Yeah, you gotta get that, gotta win Twitch. Gotta get those points up there. Alright, so it's Pig Day. Okay. No new, like, I am still watching, because even if we said we're gonna have pigs, if we did... Hey, Penny Meowie, what an incredibly generous raid. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. For those who don't know Penny Meowie, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend check it out. Played some retro games and all that. Played some Inzio demo. Was that last night? I know I lurked you a little. I think that was last night. For me last night. I know I lurked you doing that for a little while. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So definitely someone I recommend. Plays a whole range of games. Has done like Farm Sim. Has done Project Zomboid. Has been or in Zoe. I need to figure out how you pronounce that game. But been playing a bunch of that. In the meantime, but thank you so much for everyone popping here. Thanks so much for the raid. We are doing our subathon. This is day 4 of it. And we are trying to get a bunch of keys for Farm Sim for everybody. All these objectives on the left there I'm working on. That's for dare drops. Every one of those is a full copy of the game, as well as the Nexat DLC. And for those wondering what the Nexat DLC is, that'd be this abomination. This really unreasonable vehicle that I would like to recommend to you, but that wouldn't be an honest recommendation. It's interesting. It's interesting, and it can do everything, but it is very impractical. What do you even use that beast for? That's the beauty. Literally everything. It is a real piece of equipment in real world that was definitely falls in the why solve a problem simply when you can over-engineer it into the point it's no longer simple. Because what we're going to be doing right now, as we finagle this to try and get it to line up right, because it has caster wheels in the back, is it can harvest, it can cultivate, it can plow. Well, no, sorry, I can't plow. That's a lie. It can cultivate, it can harrow, it can slurry, it can fertilize, it can spray. It literally can do just about anything. And once the cooldown's in there, we're also going to do shout out for Curly. But yeah, no, normally I don't stream at this hour. Normally I stream from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST. And these are very unusual hours, but I'm doing extended hours during my my subathon. But yeah, so at the moment we're working on this. This is the Nexat. It is again a colossal abomination. That's interesting. But yeah, it's kind of not the best at anything, mostly because it's cumbersome. Little car, please get out of my way. And, like, it's also interesting to drive from the cockpit, because it's weird having your driver's seat over top the wheels. So, even not moving forward, turning left and right wiggles you. It's a whole thing. So, I need to go over here. And today we're gonna get pigs, because I need to get my animals going. That's not lined up well. But yeah, so it's certainly an experience. What kind of animals do you have? Right now, just chickens, but one of my objectives is to get at least 20 of every type of animal so far as category goes. Alright, so we got that set. I'm going to hand this over to the AI because we've got work to do. And the AI is really bad at this. The AI is really bad at the Nexat. It's good with the other vehicles, for the most part. The Nexat, is that a mod? No, this is the new DLC. It is a cool vehicle. You want really, 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 really flat fields. It does beach itself very easily, because it is... I look at this and I see a laminator. That's what I see. I see a laminator. I'm just expecting a big sheet of plastic to come out the other side covering the field. Because that looks like it needs to be an in-trash can paper shredder, or a laminator, or something of that nature. That's what that looks like to me. But yeah, so it does genuinely do almost everything. I should probably introduce myself. I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, you'll notice there's a past tense on that, and that record's been beaten, and by a lot. But that said, I'm a variety streamer. I do play a lot of games like RimWorld, Project Zomboid, I've played Planet Coaster recently, say Skylines, Farming Simulator, American Truck Simulator, a whole mess thing. We did a lot of 2 Point Museum. But yeah, so this is the vehicle the Nexat. And also it costs a fortune. It's over $500,000. But like, it can spray slurry, so that's a spray slurry, it can seed, it can plant, it can cultivate, it can harrow, it can hoe, it can spray, it can harvest other things. You doing the rat race? No. So, I basically burnt myself out really badly, doing that world record run. So it's not that I don't play anymore, I do, but I don't play often. So like when Build 42 dropped, I did play for like a good month or two. I'm starting to burn out on it again, so that's why I've not been playing as much recently. Alright, but the big thing we're going to be doing today in-game is I am going to once again ask my banker for a lot of money, because we want to expand our animals. I feel that you mod on PZ. I feel that you mod on PZ. I don't write mods. But yeah, so we got our chickens. They're doing their chicken things. They give us eggs. That's one of our primary incomes right now. We make about 60,000 a year on chicken eggs. 55, 60. But we're gonna get some pigs, because that's the next animal I could do without requiring more equipment. So the first thing I need to do is, I've learned my lesson that I actually need to level this terrain before I build. Oh yeah, the chickens are adorable. Yeah, no, like, Project Zomboid's an amazing game, and I still absolutely will be like, yeah, do you recommend Project Zomboid? Yes. Yes, I do. So we're gonna go ahead and level this terrain. It's gonna cost me a bunch of money, isn't it? What was the button for making the brush size larger? Oh yeah, just get rid of that money. I didn't want it anyways. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm just trying to level this terrain as best I can, because I'm going to put a big barn here for pigs. I'm trying to level this that way after I build it, Okay. That'll have to do for now. I'm going to put it over here. So I'm going to have to go and go to my bank and say, hey, man, I know I just borrowed like $150,000, but I'm going to need a little bit more. All right, so animals. So we're going to pigs. We're going for the big barn. Okay, so check where your sell points are. So you drop the slurry on that side, and you take in the crop on this side. Definitely gonna have to do more to level this out. Think this will be okay. No. Alright. Needless to say, that looks terrible right now. That's not surprising. I'm gonna have to borrow a little bit more money. This is going to be bad for us. Before I forget, though, let me go ahead and do this, because if I don't do it, we're going to hit ad break in not too long. Which is, I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to Curly, because Curly's absolutely fantastic as well, and another creator I recommend checking out. Been playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I've also seen like Curly do Elden Ring and a whole bunch of other fun things. Really, really positive and fun vibes over there. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. Really, really good times over there with Curly. I wish I could get to see more of Curly's streams. Curly likes to stream while I'm asleep. I've needed to talk to Curly about that. That she needs to adjust her entire schedule for my personal benefit. Obviously, I'm joking here, but yeah, she does generally sleep or stream during my sleep stuff. Sometimes, if I'm being really bad and I don't go to bed at a reasonable hour, I get to actually catch Curly live. Let's try and level this out more. Why are you fighting me on this? What is the tiny thing right there? What are you? What are you that's preventing this? Are you a tiny little stick from a tree I cut down forever ago? And that you are preventing me from leveling out this terrain? This tiny little stick? Right here? Oh, I guess you're a little bit bigger than I gave you credit for, but still. Here, neighbor. There you go. Problem solved. Solving the problem. Alright. I'm trying to make this so I can at least get the semi around here. This is going to create its own set of problems for me. Let's make that bigger. But I need enough room that I can get the semi around here and it not be absolutely the most awful experience ever. Okay, so I think we've given ourselves enough space that I can get around this side. I want to smooth that out a little bit, just so if I do take a vehicle over, it's not an awful time. Let's go ahead and move this for just a moment. And meanwhile, the harvester's over there doing its thing. Wait, are you full? No, you're still working. You'll probably be full any second now. For right now, I'm just going to get this out of the way. And go over here, back to construction. There we go. Yes, I'm smoothing that out as best we can. That's just going to be awful because I can't own the road. We'll see how that goes. That might be something I end up regretting. And unfortunately, you cannot move the buildings. One of these days, I'll actually take the time to do that stuff carefully and not have problems with that. Just Saturdays. But yeah, no, it's always good when you can catch Curly. Like Curly had a really fun collab stream the other day with Drongo where they painted miniatures. That was definitely a day I needed to not be awake still. That I definitely stayed awake because I wanted to see more. Because Curly and Drongo were dressed up as Bob Ross. It was great. And thank you, Sindari, for the 60 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for catching all those streams without missing a single one. Oh, right, you do a billion head rows in that thing. I forgot. Alright, so I'm gonna, move this over here. I'm just gonna take over the harvester. Hey, get out here, worker. You're almost full, and if you go in there, your pipe's on the left side, and I won't be able to get through there without destroying my own crops. You did not turn when I wanted you to. But yeah, so the next set's cool. And for the record, this is a real vehicle. It was funny, someone looked them up, and apparently there's only like 10 of these things in use in the world or something like that. Because it's over-engineered. But it is the latest DLC they added to the game, which is what we're trying to do right now. Is technically that's actually 4 objectives, not 3 objectives. I have an objective to earn $1 million, which earning $1 million in a specific way includes earning $1 million. But if we do those, I will have, by the time we finish all objectives, we've gotten 3 objectives already done. I will have, I believe it's 7 keys for the entire game to give out, like 7 full versions of Farm Sim 25. With the next out DLC, and then separate from that, I will have, there's a DLC called the McDon, which is a wind rower. So it's a glorified, really fast-moving lawnmower thing. And then the CR11 Gold Edition, which is just one of your harvesters has a gold paint job. That's kind of the underwhelming DLC of the group. It's horse armor. Alright, let's go ahead and turn the GPS on. I'll just do this myself for the last of it. But yeah, so give all those out. That won't be today because I have to do the whole thing where we accomplish the goal, I get a clip, and then I submit it to... we submit that to Dare Drops, and then usually within 1 to 3 days, give or take, they send me the keys, and then we give those out later. That's part of the reason I've been kind of committing to doing as much Farm Sim, is the way I look at it is I could save the viewers like $300+ on games, which would be pretty fantastic. I do like being able to do that. I don't do a lot of giveaways on my channel, but when it's a game I've been playing a lot of, I'll take the time to try and do that if we have the opportunity. Alright, so while you're doing that, I still need to get the pigs. So get to the animal dealer, so we can get German land race, Bentheim black pied or Berkshire pigs. I want these ones. I like these pigs. Those pigs look good. Once we start and do the other thing, I'll get a couple of pigs to toss into our pig pen, and we're gonna give them a whole bunch of barley to eat, and all that. Bet driving this thing in first person is a lot harder. Yes and no. If we switch to it, it's weird because I'm all the way on the left-hand side. Goodbye, frame rate. So the yes and the no is I can take the tool on this thing and just take that yellow pointy bit and line it up with a blue stripe, and that'll be right on target. I'm still going to use the GPS and be lazy about it. Oh, wait. Okay, we didn't hurt our crop. It doesn't work well if you don't put down your tools. But yeah, so it's actually not as bad as you'd think. But yeah, it is a little weird to deal with being this all the way on one side. I think the bigger thing is turning around. I think actually the crop part's fine. Driving around in work mode, like from field to field, that's probably awful. When you're in travel mode, which is where it's like that, it's kind of like just driving a semi. It's just the camera does weird things because your seat is ahead of the wheels. So like you do the thing where you turn and your seat just kind of moves sideways while the rest of the vehicle follows what you'd expect the path to be. I once drove a van that had that the driver's seat was ahead of the wheels, and it's weird. You get used to it pretty easy, but it's a weird thing. Without the GPS at all, where we don't have the blue lines, it would be... I mean, it still probably wouldn't be that bad. Because again, you would line up that little yellow spike with where you want to go. That side I wouldn't be able to see at all. So it would definitely be one of those things I would definitely want to favor having this spike on the outside of where I wanted to harvest. So I'd probably end up doing like a pinwheel pattern. It'd definitely be way more of a hassle. There's no doubt about that. Versus just, you know, turning around, slapping the GPS down, and doing that. The GPS being just base game now is so much an improvement in quality of life. For those who don't know what we're talking about with that, it used to be a mod in Farm Sim 22 to get these lines and all that to go. So what the GPS lets me do is it's not full-on autopilot or whatever, but it's just, as far as like left and right, it just controls my left and right steering to keep me on my line. I still control the acceleration and all that. And so that makes sense, yeah. You're not sure it would be anywhere near as profitable without GPS in real life, you mean? Oh yeah, no, apparently the real life model you can go full on remote control. Like the real vehicle, you can just sit at a computer and drive it from your computer. Which is interesting. It makes sense. It's millions of dollars. Putting an RC unit in it seems like the tiniest little ad. And thank you so much, Alcortus, for the 60 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. And thank you so much for the doing that. Now, for the stream today, we're going to be spending about half of it in Farm Sim 25 working on these objectives, and most likely the other half of it we're going to be spending doing probably RimWorld. I haven't fully 100% committed that to the second half because I'm kind of in a weird spot with it where we started our RimWorld run. That was the first of the milestone things for the subathon, which is normally when I play RimWorld, I'm a very good bean, just trying to make my way in a dark, dreary, awful place. Other than the robbing people of their youth. Look, it's youth. Some things are too powerful to pass on. But, you know, I don't typically in the game do, like, cannibalism or, you know, cannibalism, slavery, drug trade, organ harvesting, any of that kind of stuff. Like, we're generally pretty tame. And it's not, like, no judgment against players who play that way. I used to play that way a lot myself, but after the novelty ran out, I found the game is much harder to play as a reasonable human being. So people find, you know, get their giggles when I do play really, really evilly because it's so counter to my normal play that we've been doing that. Which has mostly been, we've been joking that we're not chaotic evil, we're not lawful evil, we're pragmatic evil. Like, we don't just evil for the sake of evil. We evil with, you know, the desire to create value. Which does mean pretty much anyone who lands on the tile will serve the colony in some manner. I still don't do slavery because that mechanic sucks in RimWorld. And also, that is one thing that still gives me the ick. But yeah. It's fun to do as a once in a while, but it is just not my normal play type. But we got that, so that's something we might be doing for the second half of stream. Some of the other things on the docket as a maybe is City Skylines 2 had a major update very recently, and has had a number of updates since I last played it. So, you know, like to circle back and see how it is now, because it had admittedly a pretty rough launch. Like, I had fun with it, but very genuinely, it had a pretty rough launch. There's not really another way of going about it. Excuse you? There you go. The sidewalk was just a little too much. To be fair, that is 43,000 liters of barley. But yeah, so City Skylines 2 has had some significant quality of life updates and all that. So that's a big thing. We also had literally today, Planet Coaster 2 had their major update 3, and that's another one that had a relatively rough launch. Like, it had a lot of good stuff, but it had some rough edges to it. There was some grit on that surface that needed a little bit more sanding and polishing. But they've had some pretty big updates since then that have been massively working on like quality of life and all that. And I've heard it's in a pretty good state now. And I enjoyed both games despite the rough. Man, I'm not sure how I'm getting this into position on that grain silo. I definitely did not do a good job on the I put it too close to the road is what happened, and so now I got weirdness going on here. I'm hoping I can just ride up on this edge and not actually go down there. Please count as close enough. It doesn't. Well, we get to see how cursed this is going to be. That's fine. But I enjoyed both games. I very much have been a fan of the Planet Coaster series. And it'd be nice to circle, and then the City Skyline series. I played both a lot on my channel. It'd be nice to go back to see after this time they've had their chance to, like, you know, clean it up, add a bunch of goodies. Come on, just a few more inches. Alright, we just need the SnowRunner winch. So I can just... This is not great. So one of the bad things is I can't reset the trailer without losing the crop. Alright, so I've detached the semi part of it, the actual truck part. I'm gonna try and reposition this. We're definitely gonna have to make adjustments to this. It is one of my complaints that you can't move your buildings in this. And I know that's not realistic to be able to, like, just pick up a barn full of animals and be like, just shift that, like, 10 feet to the side, please. But with, like, the terrain manipulation limitations, it is... Oh, this isn't a powerful engine problem. We're beaching the bottom of the truck is the problem. Because that terrain is awful. But I'm going to take the strategy of what happens if we get to speed and we just slam the trailer in the back. Because for those who don't know, you don't actually take damage for running into stuff in Farm Sim. All your damage meter is wear and tear. Let's get back here so we can get a little bit of a running start, and I'm just going to try and give that one big good shove. I need to avoid that edge right there. We're getting a much bigger shove than that. Yeah, so what's going to need to happen here is, unfortunately, you can't buy the road itself. So that's the mistake I made. Is I did put the because I wanted to have the silo near the road so I could just kind of swerve off the road to do it. And it's a mistake I make a lot. It's a thing I should learn, but every time I'm like, oh, I only want this near the road. And that one, because I sunk it in so much, I made it worse than I normally do. where normally it's just a little bit of a hassle. This time I definitely made it real bad. But we certainly don't want to sell that and rebuild it all over again, because we'll lose, like, literally tens of thousands of dollars. Alright. You can sell the building and replace it, but you do so at a very significant loss. It is one of my big complaints. Can you back up into it? Not at the moment. Yes, subathon. We're doing extended hours for subathon. We're on day 4. So this is a little bit of a risky one here. Let me try shoving it from this side. I'm wondering if I could get the, I'm thinking the next time we do this, instead of trying to go along it, I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is just try to back it straight in from the roadside. And not, oh, this is going to be terrible because of the terrain. Because if I back it in from the roadside, I think what'll happen is I'll be able to open it up and then just pull the thing back over. But yeah, going along the side with how much that road is off. Okay, might be able to grab it from there. We'll see. Yeah, no, we'll see if I can go from straight from the side, because definitely we don't want to deal with it like it is right now. Should be mostly a position. Because yeah, this is definitely not one you want to be dealing with. Snow runner rules. If it's still making any forward motion, it's not stuck. I was waiting for that car to just cut me off and become a problem. Okay. It's also a thing in the game. You can use the attach detach to wiggle stuff forward in a pinch. Push with the tractor now. The problem is I push it with the trail or the truck on it. It won't move very much. Let's try giving it our shove from behind. And like I said, I think it's gonna be a matter of just tipping it off. If we have to take the hit, we have to take the hit. I really don't want to. We will lose like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 deleting it and replacing it. But like I said, if we can get it to where I can just back the trailer up onto it, that'll be fine. Because I think that'll work better is just go from that field to the right. Just back it straight over. Just kill the guy. Oh no, this is purgatory. They aren't real. We are alone in our world here. We are destined to spend all eternity farming. And you know, the people aren't real. See? Perfect. First time. How much do you store? How much do you store that, that worries me that the pigs will accept that much food. We're gonna be doing some side contracts for food. We need another field. That's what I'm gathering from this. We're gonna need another field. I understand pigs eat a lot, but the fact that it literally just took that entire trailer is just like, yep, that's mine now. All right, what I should have done, let's also check contracts. Okay. So harvesting, that's spinach, that's a very slow contract we don't deal with. We're not gonna worry about those right now. Next mission, grass. The grass is gonna be slightly delayed because we got the pigs, and apparently those pigs are gonna need a lot more food than I gave them credit for. Now the good news is, part of the way I can avoid having this be an immediate problem is to not literally max the thing out with pigs all at once. Just let them slowly breed up, so that they slowly chip away at that. Now the downside is the amount of barley already put in there does mean I will be buying feed for my chickens this year. Alright, so let's check our stuff. Sales, we don't care about that. I need to buy the pigs. Like I said, we're gonna go and be cheap on our pigs here real fast. It was where? Oh, it's down here, animal dealer. We're gonna be cheap on our pigs real fast. We're only gonna get a couple. So we're gonna go and get the Berkshires because they're cuties. They're fairly inexpensive. Let's get 10. We'll start with 10. 10 little baby oinkers. So we got our 10 little baby oinkers going on here. Yep. Did that say it can hold 280 pigs? Yes. That was the reason I was like, we're gonna need to not fill this thing up right away. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and pay off some of that loan we took. Alright, so next purchase. More land. That's basically what it boils down to. Next purchase, more land. Unless something amazing comes up on sale. And we don't have to worry about cultivating the field and all that stuff until September. That's right. Because I'm going to need more land to put down more barley to continue to feed the pigs. I could also, instead of doing barley in the next field, do some literal just any other crop. The pigs are not picky. We'll replay a little bit of debt. Those are all fine. Again, spinach. We could do the canola. They give me a little surplus, but it's not like for as far as we have to go. Gotcha. And here's the thing with the pigs. So generally speaking, our pigs aren't going to go to maximum health, and the reason they're not going to go maximum health here is because we are only giving them grain, and they want the whole range. I believe if you give them any food, they will live. It's just you'll get lower yields from the results. But you know, that is what it is. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But we're gonna need a lot of food for our piggies. Alright. So we got our eggs picked up. Pigs are omnivores in the most literal sense. They eat all? Yes. Pigs are a miracle animal that turns literal garbage into bacon. Alright. Those are fine. Do we have any good harvest contracts? You just want to give me green beans and spinach. And, like, these aren't terrible contracts. Like, the pay is fine, but they're really slow. So I'm better off just fast-forwarding and not doing them. So I haven't been able to get a feel for how much they're eating. It's not much yet. The chickens have about 2.5 more days worth of food. Alright. Did I check the sales? I did not, but there's nothing I need. But yeah, so we're going to keep trying to pay down our loan for a little bit here until September. And then we might be putting ourselves back into horrific debt again to get another chunk of land. And that's the thing, that's the question. Do I get a chunk of land to extend my current field, which was not in the initial plan? Or do I buy the other land that I could plant the barley on it now, and then later switch it over to grass when we get the other animals and all that? So they're not, whatever they're eating, it's not much. Unlike the chickens who are ravenous. We're taking that contract because that is... Actually, I'm not going to take that contract. I'm going to be lazy. If it was a really good harvest contract, I'd take it, because then we can feed the surplus to the pigs. We're just going to go with fast-forwarding time as the solution to our problems. Okay, nothing else we care about here. Wait, what was that? Oh, it's just a mower. Alright. Oh, it is September. Okay, so it's go time. That would have been really bad if I missed it. Alright, so here's the deal. So we need to plant this. Let's check how much money we owe and see what our plans are going to be for all of this. I'm going to check that first. Okay, so our choices are, I can go here and we check our farmland. I could go up here and snag that field for 100,000. That's going to make us have like this weird L-shaped area and give us more stuff. I can also grab this one for 145,000. I don't get as much field out of it, but I would get this area to mow some grass for the other animals. So that's 6 acres, that's 4.2. These ones over here are way out of our budget. Those are way out of our budget. 54 is... I literally cannot buy it. It's so expensive. Like, the bank will not give me the money for that. It'd be lovely to have it, but I cannot physically make it work. I'm leaning towards this one, because then we can instantly get that extra field. We can attach that to our existing barley field. And then I have a little bit of area over here for doing grass to get the other animals started. I think that might not be a bad start. It also just would then join all my fields, and that's desirable to me. But that'd be 145,000. I think that's what I'm going with. So let's go down here. Can I make 145,000 happen? Yes, I can. We're going to be nearly maximizing our debt again. Oh, goody. I love having money for about 30 seconds. It makes me feel good. Oh, actually, hold up. One thought before we actually do that. There is something that might change that motivation on there. It's up here. Which is, let's change this to, are there fields ready for harvest? 52 is ready for harvest. I don't really want to go across there, but it's almost the same price. And I get to harvest something immediately. We'll just have to see what crop that is before we commit to it. None of the other fields are convenient for that. But we would get to harvest that absolutely immediately, which means while it does cost me 151,000, I'd probably get 20, 30,000 back from what we've harvested from it. What are you growing? Sometimes the colors are hard to read, so I'm just going to go ahead and look at it. What do you have sitting? Oh, don't be root crop. Green beans. Yeah, so the price per acre is estimated to be $30,000 per acre. And it's 5.1 acres. The expected yield is about 23,000. So I could buy this, lease the green bean harvester, take the full volume of money, use that for pig feed, and then turn that into a barley field or whatever. That is something we would potentially... That's not a bad idea. Too expensive? Yeah, no, 54 is too expensive, yeah. Alright, so you're already out of the way. Alright, so I need to move stuff. I think we are gonna do it. The good news is I only have 2 pieces of equipment on that field. All the other ones are in the neighboring field. So that is one nice thing. Actually, before I get to that, let's move this farther away. I think we're gonna do that. I'm gonna regret it in the short term, but I think the long term, it's gonna be needed. The long term, it'll also increase our revenue, so. So take you all the way over here. Set you down. Set you down. Don't stick to me. Maybe I just turn the wheels and just shove it out of the way. Or it'll be awful. I'm not really sure. We'll find out. Okay. You take it? Actually, I don't believe you can. I believe once you put the food into the animal thing, it's just there. I could be wrong about that. I haven't tried to do it. But I don't believe there's a place to get your stuff back out of the animal things. The food side. Obviously, the slurry and all that, I would be able to do whatever with it. Alright, now I just go over here. I'm gonna put this on the other side because I want to at least have enough gap between these that I can get to that field without problem. I'm a little worried about how much that green bean machine lease is gonna be. We're definitely not gonna lose money on it, but it's probably gonna eat a good chunk of the money we could be making. Alright, so I don't need the next at right now. Alright, so I need you. The worst thing is what I'm going to probably do is take all those green beans and just feed them to the pigs. Alright. So get you out of the way for the moment. Okay, so Field 52 is now ours. And just quadruple checking, you are green beans, correct? Green beans. Alright, we're gonna have to borrow more money. Just borrow it all. You don't pay until a month goes by, so it's fine. I need to go to the machine for green beans. And I need to lease this monstrosity. Grapes, olives, specialty crops. Green beans harvester. I would like to customize you. And I would like to lease you. Ooh, $25,000 for a lease. I mean, we're already committed to it, but holy... You suck. Thank you for the follow. So the thing is, green beans actually do make you decent money by volume. It's just slow. So what we're going to do is we're going to hand this over to the AI and make it the AI's problem. Have a good time, AI. Meanwhile, I'm gonna grab this. And you're now gonna be the AI's problem as well. Because as much as I don't want to do the contracts that pay well but are slow, we're already committed to that. Oh, you might be in the way. Don't tell me those 2 boxes are in the way, okay? Alright, cool. Alright. So we got some contracts to do because that's gonna take a while. And we might as well be making some money while it's happening. We can grab that one. That'll be a nice fast contract to do in a couple minutes. We'll have to wait till we're done cultivating. But that's an easy one. So this one I have to borrow the tools, which does take a chunk out of what we would make. Because unfortunately that is a spinach machine, not a green bean machine. I'm not doing some slow plowing contract. It's fine. I didn't want to, but it's fine. We're basically gonna be stuck waiting on the green bean machine anyways. Any wood contracts? There was the wood shipping one. Those have been nerfed pretty hard, sadly. But if it does look like the contract's gonna take long enough, I'll grab that next. Alright, so you'll start working on the spinach. Was that sunflower sealed? Yeah. You can grow sunflowers. We'll probably end up doing that later. Because I'm gonna end up needing the, needing to get the Nexat harvester that only can do sunflower and corn. That's what things have to do for the 3rd objective we have on my list over there. Sir, I'm not going to tell you how to keep your field. That looks terrible. Yeah, so the problem with this one and the green bean machine is just the width. It's just a lot of passes. They actually pay well. Like, genuinely, these crops actually are very lucrative. It's just very laborious. Is Autoloader mod available in-game now? So I think I might have gotten the Autoloader mod from their GitHub repository. The people behind it have a GitHub repository they keep up. That's what memory serves. I do have the Autoloader mod, but I do not believe I got it from the actual the store. People can probably verify that, but things. Now get one of those giant fields. Well, that's what happened. Yeah, no, it's not base game. But like I said, I do believe the mod is available through their repository. I don't have that link handy, unfortunately. All right. Yeah, so basically, I'm working this one. I've got a worker doing the cultivating of my main fields, and we've got a worker who is currently getting the green beans out of our new field. Then I'll need to take a cultivator over to our new field as well. So this is going to significantly increase the amount of time it takes me to do my my harvest and my plowing day, so I'm going to have a bit more time on my own fields working. This is going to massively increase our income, which is a good thing. But this is probably the point where that Nexat cultivator header went from being, it would be nice to get that, to, no, we probably really need to get that. Because whether it was the Nexat or not, this would be the point where we're very much in the, no, I need a bigger header for this thing. Because it's just, we're going to lose a lot of time to the cultivator. The parking sign, oh, there's like a stone something or other, like a plaque. I thought it was the broken sign stopping me. I was like, how's that work? Alright, so for the green beans, I'm just going to feed those to the pigs. We're just going to take that straight to the pigs and feed it to the pigs. The spinach, I need to drop it off for the contract, but I'm going to try to hopefully get enough from the contract that we get surplus spinach. And if I do have surplus spinach, I will also try to give that to the pigs. To try and have them use all that as much as possible. Which does mean I'm basically delaying the money I'm going to get from a lot of these things. We'll still get the contract money, but for the crops, we're going to delay our gratification. And in return for delaying the gratification, would be good. Well, I'm still getting money from the greenhouses. So I shouldn't have a problem with the chicken feed, because I get about $5,000 every day from the greenhouses. You know, give or take 1,000 or 2, depending on whether it's like the better selling season or not. I'm mostly thinking about managing the trailer. Oh no, wait, never mind. We took the other thing. All right, so I was gonna do this one myself, but I am realizing I'm gonna be scrambling with trailers. Okay, so this trailer is going to go up for the spinach. This is the one that I got on lease for the contract. So get it into position. Then we'll have the other trailer for the green beans. The green beans, like I said, I can just very easily dump in the silo, dump them where I need to. Because if we do go to sell the green beans, like for cash, we'll want to hold on to them to whenever their best sell price is, which will probably be like, guessing from the harvest, it'll probably be like March, February, maybe. Yeah, so you're gonna switch to doing hedgerows, that's totally fine. Yeah, so we got like, this is a cotton field here. We have, what are you? Oh, you're corn. Got a corn field here. So you're working your stuff. Oh, you're still doing those outer rows. The AI does a lot of like extra work at the beginning. It's fine. I'm really hoping that that lease may have taken a lot of the benefit of getting a freely ready field. So you got that, you're already in position. So I'll take over this job then. Because if we get this done, I can attach the hoe onto it, and I grabbed a contract for a couple $1,000s for hoeing. So I can just immediately run it over there, get it started, and all that. It looks like it's going to take a hot minute before those 2 harvesters fill up, which I'm not going to complain about it. Yeah, I was trying to think if it makes sense for me to grow. So for the pigs, I don't know what counts as what. Obviously, wheat, barley, and oat, I believe, would count as grains for the purposes of the pig's food. But as far as, like, protein, and I don't even remember what the last one was. Like, what... Like, is there something I could use my existing necks at as a different crop to get protein or whatever I'm missing? That's weird that putting that down made that happy, but alright. Let the snipe the end of the field at the end, that's fine. I've had to do that before. So we check on the pigs. They have protein, root crops, and grain. So grain is straightforward. Root crops are straightforward. But let's check here to see if we look at the animal stuff. So they can eat canola. I don't think canola counts as a grain, though. So would it be a protein? Like, that's the confusion there. It's like, what different stuff would go into different categories? Because obviously the carrots and all that, that's going to be root crop. The grains, the oats, I think soybeans might also... Well, actually, would soy... I wonder if they consider soybeans for that... I don't know. Because soy has protein in it. Well, they use it for so many artificial meats. Keep opening the wrong thing. Instruction. Yeah, so those are all grains on to like there. That I'm not sure. I assume those would be protein. These would be root crop. I'm assuming the canola and the soy is considered the protein. So, if I were to try and do soy, I need the other planter. Because they changed soy to not use the seeder anymore. It has to be an actual planter. But we could use our existing harvester for soy, and that would work. And that would give the pigs a source of protein as well. And I'm also thinking about just not having absolutely everything in my farm be barley. Now, canola I could do literally all of it with. So we might plant canola in the field to the south. Which canola we plant what month? We can plant it today. In the future we can plant it in August. But yeah. So we could do canola. I'm guessing that's going to qualify as a protein for purposes of the pigs. Because it's certainly not a grain. And it's certainly not a root crop. And canola's primary use is to make oil. And you usually use that for your, your healthier, well, relatively healthy oils. You know, for like cooking and all that. So that'd be nice because it would make it so it's not everything happening in one day. So we're not just having these days that are like super long dealing with all of the crops. It gives us a little bit of variety of our crops. And then, you know, the surplus, like I could fill that up with the pigs, and if we ever run into issues where I don't have enough crop, I would have a dedicated crop for the pigs and a dedicated crop for the chickens. And then the extra barley. Yeah, the sunflowers are also protein. Yeah, that makes sense. The only downside with the sunflowers is I believe I need the different... I don't believe. We need the different header for harvesting than I have. And I think that uses the planter instead of the seeder. I'm not as sure on that one. I would be down for doing the sunflowers, but I need more equipment's the issue. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? Let's clean up these last head rows that the AI was gonna do. Yeah, so you see one of the things the AI does here is it makes those like little half moon turnaround areas. And that's the thing they do, so that way they never have to turn around outside the field. So it is an improvement on the way it used to work, because the AI in Farm Sim 22 would just get stuck on everything. So you had to like clear a big area around your fields, or just accept the AI wouldn't work. So now they do get their job done, but less efficiently. But I mean, getting it done less efficiently is better than just not doing it. So it is an improvement, but you can see it eats up a lot of time for them to take the time to like slowly cut out that little area and get it all sorted and all that. I don't think it's stuck. No, it's still moving along. It just takes a while to do spinach. Like, that's the reason why a lot of people don't like the spinach, green beans, and peas, is they all have the same problem. Is the harvester's only like 6 meters wide or something like that, which, to give you an idea, my next set harvester is 14.3 meters wide. So the next set is literally over twice the size. It's also going to be doing the same thing I just mentioned, where it's like making that the little rounded area in the corner. And it just takes a while to do that. Those are configurations I wish we could adjust. Because especially with the fact that the AI doesn't have crop destruction. So like as the player, if I drive over my own crops by default, if I don't turn off crop destruction, you trash your crops. And so you just lose that money. They know the AI is not that smart. And so rather than frustrating you and watching, you know, a third of your crop get destroyed because the AI doesn't know how to drive, instead, they're like, yeah, it's just turned off. It's fine. We probably have to put the lime down on this field. I think it's due for lime. We'll know when we're done. It'll say needs lime if it needs lime. Which what I'll probably do for that is I'll worry about the lime in a minute. I'll run this over to do the hoeing contract, because that'll be $4,000 or $5,000. It's right over here. You know, and while that's doing its thing, I can go buy the lime and whatnot. I just need to be careful on our spend, because we do need to fertilize, we do need to do all those things. And there will be no more taking a loan today. I mean, actually, because we bought more land, I believe, I don't know about Farm Sim 25, I haven't done it. Like, I usually don't take loans at all, due to challenges I normally am playing. Needs lime. Okay, fair enough. But if I run out of stuff to put down the seeds, then I have a bunch of land that I don't get the money from, which will still be fine. I still have the greenhouses. It would mean missing an entire year's worth of crops. We should be fine, though. 35,000 is way more enough if we got contracts we're knocking out. The supplement. Let's cut over here. You can now do this contract. This is a fast contract. Cool, let's just make sure it's actually doing it. Okay, you're at 36. What are you even doing over here? That's fine. Alright, so let's empty these out. I'm gonna wait till it gets to a straightaway. I don't know why it skipped that row. We'll have to do cleanup when it's done. And I believe I need to be on the left-hand side. Once it sorts its business. What the hell is it doing? I couldn't answer you. It's being paid by the hour is what it's doing. I don't know why you're skipping a row. As long as you get it done in the end, I don't really care. Okay. So as you can see, like, it actually does get a decent amount of crop. Considering it's not even done 2 rows, it's already got nearly 17,000 liters in there. Like, they do actually make good money on those crops. Like, for your acreage. Time-wise is a little rougher. Okay, this one I do not want to drive over my crops. This is my own field. I will trash my crops if I drive over it. Well, that was at first, I looked at the cedar thinking it was a header, and I was like, oh my god, I can just use, like, do this for, like, I got excited when I thought I could use it for carrots and all that. So we got about 6,000 liters there. I also just realized I don't think I saw green beans in the pig stuff. Which would be fine. That means we're selling this. Hey, pigs. I don't think you actually eat the green beans, do you? It's fine if they don't. Alright, so we're selling the green beans. That's fine. Like, we literally bought the field because we could harvest it immediately, and then it would give us a good field. We're spending so much time making those... like, all of them, that's what they're basically wasting half their time on, is just making those, like, half-moon things. And again, the whole reason they do that is so the vehicle can turn around entirely inside the perimeter of the field, where they don't have to worry about, like, is there a fence or is there a tree? Because that's what used to happen in Farm Sim 22. Like, this vehicle would try to back up, it would bump into that fence and be like, I can't work. And you would just get a painful frustration that all the time your vehicles would be like, can't work, can't work, can't work. Stuck, something in the way. This one, they don't run into those problems. Like, I've only had it one time been able to get it stuck where I did, like, park my vehicle in the middle of the road or something. Like, in the middle of the field where it's like, yeah, I can't work. I've got my vehicle parked where you're trying to work. Did you love how your lurkies last night successfully brought you to new streams when you returned to your PC? Yep. That was a good time. It's a good way of learning new content creators and all that platform. It can also be wild the places you'll end up where, you'll pop back onto your computer later and you're like, okay, right now we're watching Call of Duty. How did I get here? We were playing, like, we were playing Stardew Valley. What was the thread of raids that led me here? Because you have, like, the one went from, like, Stardew Valley to, like, The Sims, and then The Sims went to this, and then this got over to, like, Call of Duty or whatever, and you're like, okay, I can see where all those things were loosely related, that we made a gradual transition from one to the other. And there's also sometimes like, hey, this person's doing a special event, this is a massive genre flip, but like I want to support my friend doing a special event. So you're still doing your thing. You're getting close to done here. You ready to unlurk after you raid and find new friends? Oh yeah. As the Borderlands 2 raid to Hello Kitty, which then slept and came back 10 hours later, you're watching Farm Simulator. Yep, and there's a good chance later we'll be doing RimWorld. And then, as far as raiding out from there, that all depends on who's online. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But like the people who have been online, normally when I wrap up, there's a good chance. What games have been on the list? Project Zomboid, I know a lot of people who are friends of the channel have been playing. Inzio or Inzio or however you pronounce it. I know a couple people are playing that who are friends of the channel in the evenings right now, since there's early access to that for some creators. And a demo and all that. I have 1 or 2 people are still going pretty hard on 2 Point Museum. That wouldn't surprise me. I also wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if this evening, if we do see anyone playing Planet Coaster 2, with that major update 3. That's the reason I'm genuinely on the fence tonight, whether I want to tonight do Planet Coaster 2 some more. Like, we haven't played that in a while since it released, and they've had all those major updates to make it a lot better. Or if I want to go the other end, like keep working on the RimWorld. Like, the RimWorld Colony will still go. You get the idea, though. Do like Planet Coaster, and then start trying to flip the schedule a little bit. Because like maybe what I'll do is tomorrow we won't start with Farm Sim, because I have been doing this for a lot of streams because I'm trying to get these objectives knocked out so I can kind of set it aside. You could say Planet Coaster for after the dare drops are done. Yeah, you're not wrong. Let's see. Yeah, I forgot to hit follow button first. How's Farming Simulator at the beginning? Is it easy enough to get started, or is it more of a struggle at the start and becomes easier to play the more equipment you get? Like Stardew. It would definitely fall... So it depends on your settings for one. But generally speaking, most of the time I'd say it falls more towards the second. Because like if you put in like really hard economy settings and all that, then you're kind of fighting tooth and nail for each piece of equipment to get yourself off the ground. If you're on more reasonable balance settings for like just enjoying the game kind of thing, if you're not there for the sweaty try hard challenge, the game starts you with, I believe it's, I want to say if you do the starting equipment on the easy farm, like with the base default settings, I want to say it gives you like a tractor and a couple of pieces of equipment. I don't remember at all what's on the list to get you off the ground, and I think $100,000, which sounds like a lot, but that's like one piece of mid-end gear kind of thing. Adults playing for variable difficulty on Farming Sim seems very nice. Yeah, but it is one of those things that it's got a little bit of a learning curve. Yeah, 100,000 is nothing in farm. Like, well, that's the idea. If we look at being objective here, $100,000 will get you kind of on the high end of a small tractor. I think you get, no, you can't. Yeah, or the low end of a medium tractor, or like one piece of pretty good equipment, but nothing like really good end. So you'll get like, okay, yeah, you can get a pretty middle grade cultivator, but you can't get a high end. So you get the idea. It is one of those things. If you're going for anything nice, it won't get you very far. And you are allowed to take loans up to $500,000 by default, I believe. And you can also lease stuff. And then depending on the equipment, like, leasing can actually be a very viable strategy. It does cut into your margins pretty bad, but early game, you know, you may not have $250,000 or $500,000 to drop on a harvester as you've got a field full of crop. Yep. Yeah, and there's also contracts in the game, which are a pretty good place to learn the game. So I just finished that one. So you got like all these contracts. It'll be like, here's, you can cultivate these fields. You can harvest those fields. You can hoe these fields, and they'll pay you that much. Some of them will give you a little extra on top too, depending on how you do. So there's lots of options. The one thing that Farm Sim does fail at is they do have a tutorial, and it's not terrible, but for the most part what the tutorial does is it kind of teaches you, like, here's how you attach a header, here's how you plow a field, here's how you drop stuff off for sale. Fair enough, those are all important things that you need to learn. But it doesn't tell you when you do these things. It doesn't walk you through, like, you bought some land, you want to grow a crop, here's where you start, here's how you finish, like, here's how you, like, get through all the steps. Like, it doesn't do that part well. Oh, that's solid fertilizer. I thought that's where I left lime. That's fine. I'm gonna need this today anyways, but let's go drop that over by our cedar. Let's see, if you enjoyed Top Gear at all, it's like farming in real life. You like the show? Yeah. No, I've heard of Clarkson's Farm. I haven't seen it, but I've heard them like struggle through that. They weren't necessarily expert farmers or anything like that, just trying to figure it out and getting the stuff and all that. And that it's been an enjoyable show for a lot of people. All right, so lime. Last time we learned that like we're gonna actually need a lot of lime. We're gonna need a lot of lime because we got a new field. All right, so you have a capacity. What is my capacity on this trailer? Honestly, it might be time to get the expansion on the trailer. We'll hold on that for a minute. Where are you? You should be up here, right? Oh, right, it's fertilizer spreader. So you have a capacity of 9,000. I think it's time I add the expansion on here. Because, well, that first field, this is plenty. That second field is much bigger, and I want to save myself having 3-4 trips. I remember it not being that expensive. So repair this. Alright, repairs are still broken. Customize. There we go. Yes, it's only like 2,000 bucks. Yeah, it's just small, big. Yeah, so it's 2,000 bucks. His first year was also the heaviest rain England received in over 70 years. He made like a profit of $600 over the whole year after all the costs and such. I mean, honestly, for a first-time farmer and a bunch of stuff going wrong, the fact that he didn't lose money is certainly worth mentioning. So we can hold 14,000 lime. So that's 7 of these. And this is probably going to be pushing what this tractor can drag behind it. But it's also one of those things that I'm not super sweating it, because we used the easier field earlier. And, here's the thing. Yeah, no, definitely with the small and medium farmers, stuff like subsidies and grant programs and all that help them manage to stay afloat. Whereas, like, the mega farms do just fine. You know, the super duper mega corp farm. But yeah, for the mom and pop or the small family farm, the only ones I've seen that work that don't depend on subsidies that I've seen in the area I'm in, usually it's because they're doing something specialty. So they're doing like these small specialized hydroponic farm kind of things that you are paying a serious premium on the goods. Now, that said, they're really good goods, but you get the idea. Like having a small mom and pop wheat farm, like honestly, even with subsidies, usually can't make it. It's really hard. Well, I can imagine. I'm in the U.S. We have a lot of our own things that really mess with stuff. But yeah, no, it's a whole lot of stuff. Isolationist economics doesn't work really well when you have to import and export. Because, surprise, surprise, when you're isolationist, people treat you that way. If you want to participate in the global economy, you gotta be part of said global economy. Hey, Ultra. Yeah, no, Penny dropped a raid. I hope you... Why are you not GPSing, friend? I want to be lazy. Let me be lazy. Who raided you? Penny. Penny did. Can I get a shout out for Ultrasaurus? You left the window up from last night. I love that she raided you full circle. Oh yeah, no, that was, we were actually discussing like the trail that raids happen, where you either find your way back to it or you learn like all sorts of new things, or you have that wild one where you started with Stardew Valley and you end up with Call of Duty and you're like, all right, real question, how did I get here? Not upset, how did I get here? Yep, no, you're good. For those who don't know Ultra Source, absolutely fantastic content creator. Did a collab with Ultra a little over a week ago, I believe it was now, where we did some farm sim to, you know, check out the new Naxat DLC and all that good stuff. I actually don't want to do it that way. We're gonna cancel that real fast. But yeah, definitely someone I highly recommend. Plays a lot of simulation games, but playing a lot of like Project Zomboid. Also, and I still need to figure out how to pronounce it, is the first person I got to actually see, not the demo, but like the actual early access version of, I'm gonna say NCO, I think it's In Zoe. But, In Zoe? Yeah, that's right, In Zoe, because that's right, they call their people Zoes. But yeah, so checking that out, that's the Sims competitor, which again, like I said earlier when I mentioned it, it's in the same genre, but taking a very different approach. So while, yes, they are competitors in that they're in the same genre, it's also like, what was the comparison I did earlier? It's like that, you know, Counter-Strike and Escape from Tarkov are technically competitors. They're both first-person shooters, very, very different ones. Yeah, it's fine, we'll waste some stuff. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. I did try 3 different routes to request a key, which again, thank you for the information, Ultra. We'll see what happens with that. If I don't get it, it is what it is. If I don't get it, what I'll end up doing is I'll turn around and when it comes out, I'll buy it. Because I'll help. No, you did play. Like, it's one of those things. Like, I understand when you have like connections through like your agency or whatever. Like, unless your agency's like, oh yeah, this is totally how we did the connection, you just don't have the information to give. And you can definitely get to the point where you get into that weird place going, okay, well, I want to help my friends, but I also need to make sure I'm respecting my professional communication channels. It's like when we were trying to get a key for Project Zomboid. Like, it took a little bit being like, okay, I want to make this happen. I just got to make sure like I'm on this communication tool with the devs. Clearly, that's not the place for me to do that. That has a very specific earmarked purpose. But I do have a connection with these people. Just got to navigate who to reach out to, which was straightforward. I basically fired off an email to their the community rep who reached out to me for getting me into the test builds for projects. I said like, hey, I got someone I think you really should have. You know, you should really consider giving a key to. Like, who is the person I should be communicating? Which, thankfully, was actually the same person. So they're like, yep, give me the deets. So I was glad I could help. I actually don't know if they got a key. I'm assuming they did, because I did get them in touch, and it did sound like everything is on the up and up, but I didn't follow up to see where that went. But yeah. The fun fact, you have options of how long the MK day, the max, the real world. Yeah, no, I was in Ultra's channel when Ultra noticed that setting. I was like, oh, so like this could be forced actually sleeping properly. That you play the game on real time and your character goes to sleep and you're like, well, I don't get to play the game for 8 hours. Guess I'm going to bed. We're talking about Inzoi, the game that's in the same genre of Sims 4 that's coming out here in a little bit. Yeah, it was actually I haven't had a chance to go through the list yet. One of the Discords I'm on has some connections to industry people, so partially with some of that I'd want to verify what I can and can't talk about specifics. But was like, yeah, here's all the announcements for games having major updates and releases. in like this current week, and it was like a list of like 30 different titles. I'm like, oh crap. Now granted, there wasn't very many. I'm like, oh, that's a really big game that we have to see. But it's like, oh man, that's a long list to go through. A lot of them end up falling well outside the genres I normally do, so they don't happen. Yeah, no, I definitely want to check out Inzoi. I want to check out the Planet Coaster 2 update, because from my understanding, the game's in a really good place now. So that'd definitely be worth it. City Skylines 2 had a major overhaul update like 2-3 days ago, and I haven't got a chance to check that out. And it's had a lot of updates since I played it, because I played it when it first came out, had a good time. But yeah, there's a lot of rough edges. Cut yourself on those corners on that game. Like, I liked it, I had fun with it, but there was definitely, like, especially the economy side of things, there's a lot of stuff that, like, there's some funky stuff going on here. That they've done a lot with it. It'd be nice to circle back and see, after all this time, where it's at. Okay, so now we should be good to get the next ad over there to replant our barley. Your hubby saw Penny playing half a minute and decided it's good and we need to buy it. Oh, it looks great. I only got to hang out with Ultra playing for a little while because I had to get to bed. But what I saw was enough. I'm like, yep. If I don't get a key, I'm buying it. Like, I've accepted this fact. One way or another, I will have that game. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to getting a lot of these objectives done for the Dare drop. You can see I think it's just over half of, or about half of the Nexat stuff. The thing I really need for the Nexat stuff is I need the Cultivator. That's the big one I need. Because we got that green bean field over there that we're going to be switching to not green beans. Because I underestimated the ravenous appetite of pigs, which I should not have done, because, I mean, we literally have sayings around pigs and ravenous appetites. The math should not be that hard. But I took all the barley I had as a surplus from my chickens. I was like, yeah, that should be a little bit more than what the pigs can carry. And then the entire trailer empty. Is like, oh no. that was supposed. That's not what I wanted to do. It's what I did. That was supposed to last us a little while, not be immediately gone. You like the thought of it costing as much as the Sims DLC and everyone being like, your crappy DLCs cost as much as the entire game do better? Well, yeah, and not only that, one of the promises that they had is that Inzoi said they're gonna have a bunch of DLCs for the first year that are going to be free with the game. Like, if you bought it, you just get them. They're not going to do the thing where the game comes out and a week later it's like, well, time to spend your $40 on your DLC. All right, so I'm probably more than that. I hate it. And how's our seeds? Because the new field is bigger than my current 2 fields. All right, so rip. Oh, debt. Me and you are getting so close. I don't know if it's all the ones during early access for free or if the first year. Like, I don't know the details of that. You could be correct. I just genuinely don't have, like, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, you're totally right. And then people are like, well, Rual said, look, man, I don't know. Correct? Cool, thank you. Thank you for verifying it. With the subathon, I have not had a chance to verify a lot of things. Oh, I can't say too much on this. I can't say too much on this. I did get to say no to Kick trying to do a partnership with me, which made me happy. And I don't blame anyone who takes it, because they are generous. But it was like, we We want to partner with you. Yada, yada, yada. And it's like, nope. 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 As far as I'm concerned, that is to me, that's the same thing as the people who put like 20 minutes of ads on their stream. My God, it just barely dented. This thing has so much capacity. It's kind of those things where it's like, yeah, you can do that, but the way I look at that personally is that is the I'm cashing out. I'm done streaming. I want to get my last. Get my money, and I want to get out. Like maximum amount of revenue I can get. So it's like the thing where you go on Twitch, you say, all right, ads, 20 minutes, Raid Shadow Legends, you know, put like just grab them all, completely alienate your viewership, completely burn the whole thing down. But, you know, get that one last little hoorah of cash. Yeah. Yeah, haven't done the response. My intention of the response to that is going to be, for me to even consider this, you would need to do all of the following. Be like, you need to not be connected to Aiden Ross. Your primary stakeholders need to not be gambling. You need to take, like, moderation on a platform level seriously, where, you know, stuff like white supremacist language and that is not just given a hand wave. Like, you've been doing a little bit to improve yourself, but it really is spit polishing a literal pile of manure. Yeah, it's slightly shinier manure. It's still manure. Alright. Oh, the AI is interesting. Kickleg's banning streamer for no reason. Site probably die someday. Where are you going? Oh, no, really, where are you going? I'm more I'm not upset, I'm more curious where you're going. Oh, I'm sorry, you're trying to avoid the head rows first. So you're actually doing the middle. That's fine. I just don't want to look at it. You've been sitting here this whole time? It's nowhere near position. Yeah, no, Kick tends to be the opposite. That Kick tends to let people get away with a lot. The one you get banned, no notification, no idea what on earth is going on, is TikTok. Like very, very genuinely, everything will be like perfectly fine and smooth. And then you'll just get that warning. It's like, you've been banned for a week for whatever. You'll be like, okay, when did I do it? Nope. Does Inzoi have pets? So from what I saw on Ultra Stream, they do have the animations and the pets walk around and all that. You cannot take them as your pets. I also noticed this the other day, Ultra. Even if I adjust the width, it does do the thing where it leaves the edges there. Like, you cannot adjust the width that performs the work. So it does do like the actual machine where you have the dead grooves, but only on the cedar for whatever reason. All the other processes it doesn't. I honestly don't mind it as the dead grooves. I wish I could set it to not do head rows, like, at all. If you do, it just sits there, it doesn't do anything. Just so you could have, like, the whole thing. Let's see, they banned some streamers who make Kick money for days, for weeks for no reason. Now, are you hearing that from them? Like, the individual streamers? Because I'll let you in on a little secret. A lot of streamers in those situations will say they got banned for no reason. And there really was a reason. There really, really was a reason. And honestly, that's my general experience with a lot of content creators on Kick, is a lot of the people who go to Kick, it's either one, they got offered a bunch of money to go there, which is totally fine. I understand, you gotta make your money. But a lot of them, it's because they got banned off of Twitch or YouTube or other platforms, and Kick was the only one that would have them. Like, if you look at a list of, like, a lot of the big names over on Kick, they are banned on other platforms. Not because of being on Kick, but because they did something that got them banned here, and that's where they went. It's like literally a meme within the creator community on Twitch is that that's where you go when you get banned, is you go to Kick. Which is why I want nothing to do with it. Can you not just go over them after? I could, but then that significantly increases the time I'm working the field with the seeder. Like, it wouldn't cost me that much more, but like doing all those little grooves would effectively be doing exactly the same number of passes I did to plant the entire field a second time. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not possible that someone got kicked on Kick, got banned on Kick without reason. But, like, I can tell you that there was an instance that happened at TwitchCon San Diego where a Kick streamer shoved someone into a moving train, like light rail, whatever they called it. And then did ultimately get banned, and then complained about it being an unjust ban on Kick, that they didn't do anything. And that was literally pushing someone into a moving vehicle. And this isn't hearsay, they streamed it. And like, outside TwitchCon, we had Kick streamers harassing everyone, trying to like be like, what do you think about Israel? What do you think about Palestine? What do you think about this? And it's like, I'm not answering those questions. I'm not getting baited into being in your reel to, like, no matter what I say is going to be taken out of context to make me sound like some awful person. What's wrong with you? How dare you ban me for attempted murder? Let's see. And they used to push gambling, and now the biggest gambling site, Kick owner, is banned in the US now. Yeah, no, that's like my intended response. I'm gonna probably respond to it. Like, I'm not just gonna be like, haha, F you or whatever. Be professional about it, even just don't burn your bridges. Basically, my response would be like, hey, like, genuinely with what you have and what I consider my brand, I consider your brand suicide for my brand. Like, I cannot, like, associating with you would be detrimental to me. Like, yes, I can make some quick cash out of you, but it is going to ruin my brand. Because I advocate for people with neurodivergent conditions and disabilities, and I'm very open that I advocate for underrepresented minorities and all this. And a place that has had flagrant problems with sexism, racism, ableism, all these kind of things. Very clearly, these don't go well. And so it's like, hey, for me to even consider your platform, again, first, the people who have had, like, openly major problems need to no longer be welcome on your platform. I'm not going to say names here, but there are people who got, banned for some pretty horrendous behavior that literally some of them resulted in, settlements in court. They were that bad. And they're welcome on your platform. That's a thing I can't. I mean, you did say name before. Yeah, I shouldn't have. But, like, I want, like, they need to be completely separated out from anything I'm involved with. It's like, the second thing is you need to take your platform-wide moderation seriously. Like, white supremacist language shouldn't be tolerated. I don't care. Like, I know people are like, no, censorship. Look, man, we don't allow pornography in elementary school. That's a form of censorship. It's a good thing. We don't allow, like, beheading videos from terrorists to be put on social media and all that. Like, that gets you banned. That's a good thing. Is it censorship? Yes. Censorship is not inherently evil. It can be and is used for bad purposes, but there is definitely times you say this content is harmful, like extremist language and all that. It's good to say, you know what? Let's not give the megaphone to the person who's saying we should eradicate an entire demographic. maybe take the megaphone away. You don't have to give them equal time on the stage. It's okay to let them scream on the street corner, unheard, and be left alone. We don't have to give them a platform and a megaphone to continue to spread those kind of things. And I know people be like, well, who's the one who decides what is and isn't good? I get it. But doing literally nothing, for the most part, is not a reasonable answer. That's like, well, criminals are going to crime. We close the police department because there's no point. It's not a rational approach to that. There's nuance in these things. There's a balance, and people aren't going to agree where the line in the sand is. That's fine. Also, to prevent any streamer who wants to stream with no clothes on. See, I wouldn't even agree to that. Now, I would agree that, you know, it should be labeled accordingly that you're watching pornography, and whatever your local laws are about who should not be able to access and what requirements they have should be required. But, like, that content's out there. People want that content. If you say you can't do it here, they're just going to do it somewhere else. I actually don't have a problem. I actually think that stuff like sex work serves a purpose. While it's not something I personally need or participate in, I do think there's there. I also think it's important that we do legalize a lot of those things, because that gives people an avenue that when they are attacked or assaulted, that they can actually go and say, hey, police officers, I was just attacked, and not have to worry about being thrown in prison themselves because someone has, you know, decided. You meant kicker with Twitch? I do think that type of content, I actually wouldn't have a problem with that content existing on Twitch. Like genuinely, like, straight up not safe for work, bordering like pornography content, all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't have a problem with that on the platform. That said, it should never be put on the front page, pretty much ever. And you should be able to, like, by default have like tags to opt out of it, so that you don't see it. For anyone who signs up with an account that they're underage, obviously don't show it to them. Yes, kids lie. Here's a hint. They can type Pornhub into their browser. They'll still find it if they want it. That, like, the protect the children. Look, man, if the kid wants to find it, Google's happy to provide. But I do feel like there should be guardrails. That I agree with. But I actually don't have a problem with that content. I mean, look at what we do have, like, on the, yeah, no, I do agree, like, I agree it needs to be properly marked. 100% on the same page. If you do not put the proper tags, yeah, you get suspended. 100% agreed. You gotta properly flag it. That we're on the same page there. But, like, just not being allowed on platform. I know some people be like, but the platform allows children. The internet allows children. That's unfortunately, it's very difficult to parent and handle all those things. But that's the reality. Like, very unfortunately, things exist out in the world, and your kids are going to see them. There's no, if the kid's seeking it out, they will get it. I do feel like there should be the things that it's not deliberately, like, just straight up thrown at them, but that's the reality. And again, having a reasonable course for that, because I don't see that as inherently harmful. As again, you know, as opposed to, like, racism and all that is inherently harmful. Versus, you know, but on the other side of things where it's like, oh, but it's not safe for work adult content. I'm sorry, man. The games we play, this isn't me being judgy. I play the violent games too. Like, this is an inclusive statement that I am a person who contributes to this. The games we play and the violence they have, come on. Someone seeing a little boob is not worse than someone literally spilling their guts as they get eviscerated in a game. It still weirds me out how here in the US we are like, oh no, a little nudity. Oh god. Yet having someone get beheaded in the game and, like, hold up the head and have, like, sinew and all that leaking out and all that, you're like, yeah, that's fine. Teen. it's weird to me. And I understand it's because historically we were settled by Puritans and yada yada yada, and a lot of those things have carried forward over the centuries and yada yada yada. But it's wild how, like, weirdly we are, like, absolutely cool with violence, but nudity and sex is, like, hands down, whoa, absolutely not. And for the record, I think both those things need guardrails around them. That I do think the super violent stuff should also be behind a lot of those filters that you have to opt into, and that children, you know, people who sign up and they say, hey, I'm 13, can't get a hold of. And that you as the parent could then make the judgment call to be like, hey, I think it's okay for my kid to see this. Fair enough, you've made that decision. Like, it doesn't matter if I agree or not. That's your decision with your kid. But, like, it's weird to me. It's always been weird. It probably always will be weird. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You like, get parental access so we can turn off filters. See, that's the beauty of it. Twitch already has a labeling system in it. We can argue about how good or not it is. That's certainly a discussion to be had. But Twitch already has the thing where it says, like, hey, this content features nudity. This content features violence. This content features drug use. And it is a thing that, as a creator, if I'm engaging in content that has these things that I don't properly label, they will suspend you for that. Like, there is a separate category for suspension that you'll get hit where you're like, hey, drug use, you didn't do that. And for the most part, that's the creator itself. Luckily, these days, the vast majority of games, when I jump into Project Zomboid, it automatically applies appropriate filters. If I jump into GTA, it automatically applies the appropriate filters. And I think it just grabs those from, like, not IMDb. What is the one for the games? The same thing as the movie thing, but for games. I'm blanking the name of it. It doesn't matter. But basically, they have a resource that they pull all the, like, the game title, the publisher, all that kind of stuff. That they do have that. A worker has finished their task. That must be seeding the field. But do you remember when the Netflix launched the cartoon Super Drags, and conservators make scandalous because they were indecent animation? Yeah, I mean, that's, like, and for the record, we're not going to, we won't pull out, like, political alignments, political parties, individual bills. I don't have a strictly no politics, you know, thing on the channel, because you can't realistically consume media and there not be something political in there, because what we consider political varies person to person, and yada yada. And then some games with really good stories are political. Hard Space Shipbreaker is a very political game. If you stop and go, wait, it's about company towns. We're talking company towns right now. But we will avoid individual political parties and all that, because then it gets down to where someone says, like, oh, party X did this, and then someone in chat who's part of party X, like, the brains turn off and everyone just gets upset because they go red, team blue, team whatever, and everyone just gets all caught up in that. Yes, I am a giant software partner. Yeah. But no, there's just a lot of stuff that is not, which, okay, that's that one. You're talking about political, sorry, talking about views on context? No, I got that, but that was the reason I said, like, political views or parties is the statement I made. Because again, like I said, what'll end up happening is someone will associate with that title and then get upset about it, and again, stop having meaningful or rational discussion because you know, like, they've made it part of their personal identity that they are part of that party. I'm right here. Okay. Any reason to ignore what you focused in tangent? Yeah, no, but like what like I was saying, it's been a thing where it's like, this is for kids or whatever. That's the same thing of like when we go back to they started labeling games being like, hey, this game is M for mature, hey, this game is whatever. Like even going back to that, you'd still have to be like, oh, games are for children. How dare you have a thing, even though it's like thing. Yeah, we don't need to like get into it, but yeah, a lot of people when you say conservative will associate that with the party. That's not even a US thing, that's a number of places. Like most places you go, they'll have whatever their more liberal party or their more conservative party. They don't name it that party, but there will be one of the parties that is the direct association. We don't need to dig into that farther. But it'd be like saying the party that believes in this, here, conservative means way to see the world. No, I get what you're saying. Conservative, someone who prefers, like, in theory, prefers to keep the world on a more conservative view, more traditional, more whatever you want to go with. But yeah, we're going to move on. We're going to leave that behind. We're dropping that subject because it's already getting to the point where we're arguing terminology. And that's not a particular thing. Hey, Lego, how's it going? I didn't say you're naming... Alright, again, Arma, we are dropping it. You'll be timed down the next one if you keep pushing. What's up? Nope, haven't gotten to it yet. Love. But yeah. So we're moving on. It's like very, very clearly this is getting outside of productive discussion. But yeah. I already said we're dropping it. So I understand. I like, and for the record, I actually do agree that you are effectively, but we're moving on. That's the whole thing. When I say we're moving on to the topic, we're moving on to the topic. When are you doing the stream with Tomb? We haven't got scheduled. Right now, Tomb's schedule is fairly chaotic because they're shorthanded at her workplace. Like, when I say they're shorthanded, they're extremely shorthanded at our workplace. They had some new hires not work out, and a lot of people have health problems like at the same time, unrelated to each other. So it's kind of one of those ones that once that settles down, we'll get that going. It probably won't be like this week or next week. When does grass come into play? Well, we got the pigs going and all that, which required me to get another field, which has delayed a lot of that. Yeah, no, I remember that you haven't been doing well, Lego. I hope you feel better. Now working 2 jobs and someone has gone on vacation a couple weeks. You're picking up shifts there. Probably won't have a day off for at least weeks and a half. Yeah, no, and I've definitely been in those situations where, like, usually for me, it's, you'd have your office and then you'd have the office flu or whatever you want to go. Everyone has their office crud. They all have their thing. But, when I was working in person in office, you'd have that, like, whip around the office and half your team would be out at the same time because everyone was sick. Yeah, I actually haven't gotten the grass started. I want to get the grass started, but I'm broke. Buying this field is going to be a whole thing. We're talking... Oh, sorry, Ultra. What did you do to our grass field? This is a different map. Because I need to do Zilanka for the collection dare drop. So I started one on Zilanka to do the collection dare drop to get myself a thing. But yeah, we actually need grass because I need to get the other animals. And right now, the grass I can mow is the little strips between there. Because we've been pushing for the next at and all that kind of stuff. Well, I hope you feel better, Lego. It's not fun being sick. And for those who wonder, like, who's he talking to? I do stream on both YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is my main platform. I mostly use YouTube to drop the VODs there. That said, I've actually been seeing a lot of growth over on the YouTube side lately. We did have this past week that I'm finally officially YouTube partnered. Hit the 1,000 subs and all that. Make sure to misunderstand. You really make sure to misunderstand. You can go ahead and ban Arma at this point. Ara. Like, I've said twice that we're dropping it, and immediately when the timeout dropped, you jump right back in. So, nah, just get, there you go. Like, and it's not because I agree or disagree. Honestly, I do agree with a bit of what is being said there, but making the stance as, like, you know, mentioning someone's political alignment in what they view as not associated with the party. I already made my comment about, like, hey, but it does, we're dropping it, and I said like 3 times to drop it. I think I've given enough there. YouTube VODs are great. I don't know why people don't do them. Yeah, well, it's a lot of, oh, AI workers full. A lot of people, when it comes to YouTube VODs, they look at it and go, oh, but I only get like 20 views on it. It's like, well, yeah, but it's forever. Like, literally, it takes almost 0 effort to set it up. You literally just multi-stream it. Like, don't get me wrong, I very genuinely complain a lot about the streaming experience on YouTube. Being fully transparent, I complain about it quite frequently. About how I have to, like, put in so much metadata for everyone. And a lot of it's repetitious, and you can just do the default settings and it goes. But it likes to forget the default settings like every 3rd day, which is very frustrating. Alright, so the question here is I want to get the maximum money out of there. 20 views where they maybe watch the full 8 hour... Yeah. Well, it's like, well, I for the record, I'm agreeing with you 100% that it's one of those things like the barrier to entry to do it is low. It's there forever, so that way when I get asked for the billionth time to play some game I've already played like twice full playthroughs that I don't really have, there's not value or desire for me to replay through it. It's like, ah, it's right there. It's right over there. You want to see me play Subnautica? It's a great game. It's right there. It's anytime you want it. And I've had people who are like, oh, I'd love to see you play. It's like, well, it's over there, and they'll go watch it and comment on a game I played 2 years ago. Let's see, you know a big streamer who breaks up their playthroughs into half-hour blocks and dumps the raw feed on YouTube in a big chunk? Yeah, like, very genuinely, for the content that tends to perform the best on YouTube, right now, the stuff I've seen in the gaming circle that seems to perform the best is where it would take, for example, like this whole playthrough, and it would put it down into one edited video about 45 minutes to an hour long. Maybe half hour on the low end. After that, it's the more episodic stuff. But generally speaking, the content I've seen doing the best is where you get in, it's one video, start, middle, ending, and it's done. The problem is that takes a crap ton of editing time. Like, editing is an absolute time vampire. And it can be good. It can be very lucrative to do that. I know a number of people who they have relatively good Twitch following, but really it's their YouTube that does the work, and it's basically they record all that footage on Twitch, and then they take a lot of time to take, you know, what boils down to weeks worth of footage and make that into, like, again, a 1 hour 45-minute video. The VOD style content doesn't really perform very well. Like, you don't get particularly great viewership from it. It's not nothing. Like, it's still worth doing. But, you know, it's more viewers than you get if you don't do it. But yeah, no, edited content does a lot better. So what I'm hoping to do here is we're gonna get all the green beans. Let's see, the best time to share a VOD is right when the game is released? Yeah, no, absolutely. That's to this day, the two videos that have performed the best for me on YouTube was weirdly Infection Free Zone when it first had like a barely functional demo way back in the day. Last I checked was my best performing video, and that one was weird because it didn't even land right when it came out or anything. it was just one of those things that just, I guess, just hit at the right time. The algorithm picked it up and just sent it. And it's weird because I also look at that and be like, that wasn't even particularly good. Like, that wasn't even a particularly good VOD. Like, it wasn't edited. It wasn't anything. It was like kind of just a VOD. The game was in kind of a rough spot. And even then, like, just honestly on my content was nowhere near the best. The other one was, I believe, not the one from the other day, obviously, but from way back. It was one of my Prison Architect challenge runs, which again, that one was weird because Prison Architect had stopped getting updated long before I made that video, and just again, for whatever reason, the algorithm picked up and just ran with it. Now, granted, that one's a little bit better because it kind of fits in one video, start to finish. It's a long video, but it's at least a little bit closer to the type of content that tends to perform well. YouTube is also weird in that YouTube will punish you if content doesn't perform well. It'll genuinely, like, drag down the rest of your content. For those who don't know with the YouTube video, if people bounce from the video over a certain threshold on the earlier part of the video, YouTube will stop promoting it. And so it's a whole big thing. And that's part of the reason why mixing content is generally discouraged on YouTube, that most people will they'll go and take that content and have like the VOD channel and the edited video channel and like the cooking channel and the other channel they have. Because if I come in and I've got a bunch of people who enjoy my live content that want that interaction and I put out an edited video, they're more likely to bounce early from that edited video because it's not their preferred content format. So weirdly, that edited content is hurting my live content. And the other way is honestly more common, is that if I do a lot of really good edited content and then I put live content on that same channel, people want like the, you know, complete edited video, and because I go live content, it kind of drags on in their view. It then hurts my edited content. And I think that's, I understand why they do it. I think it's a terrible approach. I genuinely think that's just really bad to encourage us to make like 10, 20 different channels for all our content. For the record, I use one channel. I created another channel with the intent on putting my edited content. I just haven't had the chance to sit down and edit up some content like I used to. You're sad by the death of Let's Play? Yeah, generally, Let's Play mostly died to live streaming. That live streaming gave the human interaction component of Let's Play, and while there's certainly desire for Let's Play without that, it is a much smaller subset. So, when is green beans best price? I have no idea. So green beans, right the heck now. I mean, technically tomorrow. Right the heck now. Yeah, so it is difficult. But there's also the argument that if you keep all your content in one place, that they do benefit from each other in the sense that you're not trying to build multiple channels and, you know, some of them land, some of them don't. But yeah, it's... I do dislike that if a video underperforms right at the beginning, it gets suppressed. And TikTok does that way more aggressively. It's wild watching the algorithm in motion on TikTok, where you'll start a stream and then suddenly be going to thousands, and your stream will be going on for like an hour or two, and they'll drop down to like 10. Because you can see the algorithm is like, oh, this is great. And then a bunch of people clicked away real quick, and it goes, oh no, never mind, this content's bad, and it'll drop you off, that you won't be shown to anyone else. And it can be all over the place. You over time will start settling in where the algorithm figures you out, and you'll get more consistent viewers, and you'll have people who stick to their thing. I used to stream to TikTok as well. I stopped botting because I got tired of their player. But yeah, it's wild how much the things decide. This is where I need to sell this, right? Yeah, that's good. But so you love to watch content, and some games you can and won't play years later. Stream is mostly till about a month after the game releases. Yeah, no, that is definitely a thing for, well, that's good news. At least we didn't lose money on the lease of that ridiculous harvester. I was a little worried about that when that harvester cost my soul to lease. It was $25,000 to lease. but it sure as heck wasn't buying it for one go. But yeah. But like TikTok, you can watch it live. YouTube, you can look in your analytics data and see when your content was and wasn't pushed. Like they'll flat out tell you when it was being pushed. And it can be like Pandora's box to figure out why your content was pushed or not. Where you just, or sorry, not Pandora's box, a black box where there's just no visibility to it at all. All right, so you're full. We're gonna have you drop off. This is the spinach for the contract. The X4. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Realistically, that's where we have the conversation. Good for stream and good game and good for stream. And that these two, while sometimes are related, are not connected. There are a lot of games that are really, really fun games, but are obnoxiously slow games. That they can be a lot of fun to play, that you're like strategizing that and doing things. They're like more your ant farm style game where you poke it a little, you watch how it plays out, then you poke it a little bit more. And those can be really fun to play and just don't go well on Twitch. This is a contract, so I need to drop it where you want me to drop it. Okay, market, that makes sense. And so that's one of the reasons why, like, for example, a lot of tycoon-style games. There's some that stick around and do well, but a lot of tycoon-style games... Goodbye, engine sound? A lot of tycoon-style games on Twitch, they'll have, like, their major update and release, and they'll be hot for, like, a week, and then the viewership will fall entirely out. Because people want to see the new thing, the change, or whatever. Some have some staying power. Like, you can break out games like Roller Coaster Tycoon, that, hasn't had an update in years, but it's got that nostalgia that people come back for. You've got some of the games like the old Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo. People would come out of their way to check it out, that there's just an audience for it. The City Skylines 1 had a pretty strong following. But there's a lot of the ones, they pop out, people are like, this is great. And then next week you cannot find viewers in that category. Oh, is the mic still acting up? If it's still acting up, because we had like a weird hiccup there where I lost audio on my end. I wonder if it was my third-party software. It kind of gets faded like background noise. Is it still doing it? If it's still doing it, I got my other mic and I could easily just swap hot swap mics real fast. Okay. Yeah, no, I had just for a couple seconds there on my end. Like, I even lost game audio for like just a second there, so I'm not sure what that was. I don't think it was the mic. I'm willing to bet it was, I use software to split all my channels and all that. I'm willing to bet that software... Oh, it does it on any regularity? Okay, if it's doing it on any regularity, then I'm hot swapping the mic. Because that is something I don't want to deal with. Like, that's something I gotta troubleshoot when I have time, and that's not something I want to do it live. But that's fine. What I'll do here is I'll get these things staged up to their next job, and that'll be fine. So, I need to cultivate that other field. This field's seeded. I still need to put down the lime. What am I doing? That's not my normal tractor. So we can go over here. This is the one that's gonna suck. Yeah, that's the other question. Were others experiencing the same thing? That's fair. I make it a point to mention anytime I have, like, when someone says, this is loud, this is quiet, unless it's, like, painfully obvious where I boot up the game and I go, oh my god, it's so loud. But usually I'll ask if more than one person's experiencing it. But it's also there in the clip. Yeah, no, I believe, because like I said, I had the game audio drop. I even made a comment that's like, wait a second. The, like, goodbye tractor engine, I guess. Alright, so you get to work on that. That's gonna take a hot minute. Get you in position over here. And I did mention this is going to be a long in-game day because we got new fields, we had to double harvest, we had to do a whole bunch of things. I grabbed contracts because we took on a lot of debt. We took on a lot of debt. We've been taking more debt in this run than I like to take on in it. Like, honestly, in all the runs I've done in the last 2 years of farm stuff of any kind, we have taken more debt in this one run than I've done in all the other ones combined. Because most of the time I'm doing a challenge run where I don't allow myself to take loans at all. Yeah, I should also check, yeah, so no dropped frames. It's probably my software, like I said, I use a thing called Voice Meter Banana. And like I said, all Voice Meter Banana does is it just, it lets me split my channels out and control the volume independently. It's how I get, like... Yeah, I should have just stayed in that thing. Time for a challenge run where you can't go below 50% debt. What's this machine for, Cotton? This machine is for spinach. The field we harvested here was a spinach field. Don't you dare fill up on this. All right. We'll sell the spinach. Oh, what's the machine for cotton? For most of the crops, if you look at here, there's this area here, you can literally go to the category in cotton, and it'll show you all the machines. So that's like the harvester and all that. You can also find them under like stuff in here. They're specialty crops, is I believe what cotton's under. Yeah, specialty crops. It's right there as well. So yeah, you can either go through like the normal UI to specialty crops for cotton, or there is a... This is, if you're a new player, one of the things you can do to help yourself out, look at this menu. A lot of the vehicles they offer you won't necessarily be the best choices, but it will get you the bare minimum for like potatoes. Here's the machines you need. Sugar beet. Here's the machines you need. Like that kind of stuff. And that's really a good place to start. Is be like, I want to grow insert name of crop. And then go to its category and get the stuff there. Now you'll very quickly learn it's like, oh, it has this tractor, whatever. Well, you can use any tractor that's got enough horsepower, so you don't need to get that tractor. Or, oh, this cultivator. Well, I already own a cultivator, I'll just use the one I already have. You'll learn that stuff, but for like the seeders and harvesters and planters, a lot of crops have their own unique ones that they need. So it's a good place to find it. I honestly forgot that menu exists because I haven't used it in a long time. But yeah, what I'll do here is we're about to hit an ad break. During the ad break, I'm going to hot swap my mic. I keep both mics plugged in where literally all I have to do is unmute and turn it on. And it's just one screw to take this one off and the other. That way when I have mic problems, I don't have to think about it. I'll be like, nope, deal with that another day. Granted, this is the only mic that has the voice changer on it, but I don't use that much. You did send a clip for context? Yeah, I know. It's, I'm live, so I don't have a really good way to listen to it. But yeah, no, if the audio dropped, that's when I can test after stream. So you have P money now? No, I have green bean money. We haven't gotten the P money today. We probably won't get P money this particular run. And we already returned our lease vehicle because I definitely don't lease that more than I need to. All right. Repay that a bit. I wasn't sure if you saw a message. It wasn't like audio fully dropped. It's more like it acted like weird for a couple words. Yeah, no, what I'm thinking, like I said, what I'm thinking, this is without me actually looking and checking. I'm guessing Voice Meter Banana, if it detects a problem, it can reboot the audio stuff. I'm guessing something happened that made it unhappy. That is, I haven't looked at it yet to do any type of proper peek. That is my guess of what occurred. Okay, so this field is going to need lime. Actually making okay time. Is there any more contracts that are fast we can do? That is not a fast contract. It's a good paying contract, but it's not a fast one. People mentioned me doing a wood one. We'll do that real fast just to show it. I haven't done those since they got nerfed real hard. But that lets me have time to have the cultivator doing its thing. So where's the wood on this one? It was way up in the corner, right? Okay. These are still decent money. When Farm Sim 25 first came out, they were silly money. That you'd do a contract, it'd be like 16,000, 20,000, and you could knock it out in 5, 10, 15 minutes. Like, all depending on how far the wood was from where you need to take it. But, like, once you got kind of the practice of using the arm down, you could slap those in real fast. But, so the wood collection one, it's just basically you drive over to where they've got a bunch of logs cut, you pick up the logs, you load them up, and you take them where they want them. And the reason I'm doing this is we are still cultivating that other field, then I need to lime the field, then I need to seed the field. Most of the time we won't have one day that goes this long. Oh, yes, this thing rolls easily when you get it going at speed full of logs. Oh, this has autoloader? I'm not going to use the autoloader. Like, literally this contract's about picking them up. I'm not going to autoloader this. We will go right here. So I want to pull just a little ahead of it. We do that. Then usually I'll switch my camera to the arm. Because it's just easier to do this with the arm. But before we get into it, give me 2 seconds, because I said I'm going to swap my mic, and it's time to do this. Give me 1 moment. All right, and the other mic should be live. What kind of mic does he have? So both of my mics are Moano mics. You know, hashtag was sponsored. It's a pretty big brand, not as big in the US or whatever. They're trying to like make headways there and all that. But yeah, and the game audio switched because I dropped focus. That had nothing to do with the mics per se. I'm not settled really well. You know, I saw... You don't need to repeat yourself like 5 times, Strider. I didn't get a chance to respond. Yeah, no, I gotcha. So your, wait, there's a gate on the back of this? Since when? Oh, it's this truck. Never mind, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, so yeah, no, I got you. The game was using the wrong video card. I've had that before. Not in a long time, because most of the motherboards I get nowadays don't have a built-in video card because they know you're not going to use it, so they don't want to spend the money. And no, I'm not using any mods as far as the pickup. That is just the physics in Farm Sim. That the logs are real grippy. Not doing a good job with this. It's been a while. I'm rusty. There we go. Not perfect, but seldom better. Well, we didn't do a good job in picking up the earlier logs, so now we suffer with having to pick up the other ones slower. Because if you do it right, and I'm rusty, you can pick them up in sets of 5 very reliably. You just have to kind of slowly move them towards yourself and then up, otherwise you can flip. And if you do that, then you have just like 2 or 3 loose logs to pick up after that. But because I did a bad job in the initial pickup, they're a bit scattered, so I'm going to be grabbing them maybe in 2s and 3s. So squeeze once to get them bunched up. Bring that close to the center. Grab you. Weirdly, this makes me want Roadcraft to be out. I don't know why. I mean, I know why. Because Roadcraft, we had the one mission where they're like, you can make a road by cutting down all these trees. And you have to cut down, like, what was it, like the 3 or 4 or 5 trees that they make you cut down right at the beginning? They're like, cut down the trees and process them and put them in. And it takes like, just a couple minutes. And I think the intent was that then you would take those 2 machines, and between you and the next destination, you would actually cut down the trees and grind the stumps to make like a nice clean place. But I just drove the truck through. I was like, I could just make this work. So we're starting to get top heavy, so I'm going to strap those down. You do this in real life for a living, except it's with rock. That'd be an interesting job. So let's take this one log. I said the one. Scoot you better aligned with the others. Put it back down. I don't think I'd be able to grab all 4. I wanted to get greedy and grab all 4. I think I can get maybe 3 with this. That's tenuous. They might get away from me. You okay if you hit stop monitoring safe on your end? Yeah, you're good. I appreciate the, I appreciate you hanging out and doing the, I assume you mean moderating. I do appreciate it. If you hit stop monitoring safe on my end. Gotcha. Ah, I see. Yeah. Cool. Why are you spinning, log? But thank you, Ultra. I do appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably check the DM then. Probably the next time I take like an actual break where I stretch my legs and all that. That's usually how I deal with a lot of my DMs during stream. And with that, it is all loaded. So now I need to take it to the sawmill, which we haven't been to. It's directly the opposite side of the map, which is actually probably the worst part of this. Is unfortunately this is going to be a very top-heavy vehicle because 1, it's always a top-heavy vehicle, and 2, it's badly loaded. And it wouldn't be so bad, except it can go really fast, which I like. But because it can go really fast, which again I like, you're top heavy and you move really fast. These are not a great combination for keeping the wheels below you. That log is nowhere near the worst. I have done way worse loads. I have had some truly tragic loads of logs over the years. I mean, if it fits the chips, yep. Yeah, no, the train ride was bad. The clip of the train ride. I had once or twice on that Silver Run map where I tried to cut through the, take the shortcut to the train depot. And it's just like, it's a narrow path, and a number of times I got a tree stuck on one side or the other. All while sitting on the railroad tracks. Department of Transportation? No, it's fine. We're in East Europe. The Department of Transportation, which is, I believe only in the U.S., has no authority here. I'm sure they have their equivalent that is probably even meaner about it. But the Department of Transportation can't hurt me. Because the map we're on is vaguely Eastern European. I don't know... Like, they don't have an exact place it's supposed to be, but Zeelanka is supposed to be just vaguely Eastern European. Just like, what is it? Hunan is, vaguely Eastern Asian, and, River Bend, or whatever it is vaguely Southeastern US. None of them associate with, like, very, very specific places in the world. There's the drop point. Next building over. Yeah, no, that's the reason I said southeastern US. So, like, Alabama, Mississippi, that kind of area. Alright, so we completed that contract. And you finished your job. It could be part of the Appalachians. That would be very much. But yeah, like I said, that very broad, vague area. Alright, so we need to put down the lime on this field. And then we need to seed this field. So yeah, where the other days, I got through multiple years real quick. This one, just because we had to do the green beans and all that, that gives you an idea of how much of a difference it can make on the speed you can get stuff done based on what crop you're putting there. That's kind of the big negative of, like, the spinach, the green beans, and the peas. From an acreage standpoint, they pay very well. From a human time standpoint, they take a while. And it's all just because their harvesters just have a small head to them, where it's just, I think it's either 6 or 8 meters, where, that's not what I need. I don't know I'm grabbing this. Whereas a lot of the other ones, you can get like 12, 14 or so meters for their largest setup. And it's like the curse of the blessing with the spinach that you get to harvest it twice per year. Because it's very lucrative, again, from an acreage standpoint. But it means you get to do that really long harvest, and then cultivate, and all the other stuff we're doing. twice every year. We need more lime. You go ahead and go with what we got here. Don't you dare roll. So small fields for green beans. Yeah, no, if you want to do green beans, yeah, you'd want to do a I'm just all over the place. You got your new glasses today and you're able to see for miles now? Nice. Yeah, generally speaking, for the really big fields, stuff like soy, barley, oat, wheat, sunflowers, corn, those all are really easy to handle. Those go really, really fast. Whereas stuff like carrots, potatoes, sugar beets, parsnip, honestly, both types of beets, sugar cane, spinach, peas, all those, they tend to be a lot more laborious so far as the time going into it. So those are definitely better to consider smaller fields. But it is one of those things that just very genuinely, like, it depends on your priority. If you just want to just do chill farm time, you're not worried about, like, just the raw money side of it, a lot of those crops that have more time-consuming tasks are the better ones by acreage, whereas a lot of the stuff that is just you go in, and canola's in our fast one, they just go through and you harvest it down in one big area and then just dump it off into a production place and you're done, and you can get through it really quick. Those tend to be more for human hours. So, like, if you were doing a challenge run that was to, like, make as much money as you could in your first 10 years in-game, you would want to be doing something like carrots or, you know, sugar beets or potatoes or one of those crops. Because then you care about, like, the in-game duration of time. And that's from crops. There's actually better strategies to making money there, but that's a whole separate thing. But if you were like, okay, you've got 10 hours to play the game, and in 10 real-life hours, you need to make as much money as possible. So you'd farm solar panels, and you'd fast-forward. But if you needed to do crops, you'd probably do grains or something like that you could just blast through, like, you know, start with soy, do a couple of those, get up a production chain real fast, and just race through the years as quick as possible to just be like, you know, plant, harvest, process, plant, harvest, process, plant, harvest, process as fast as you could. I'm sure actually min-maxing it'd be entirely production lines. It'd be, I mean, the reality is it'd be solar panels. So, well, solar wind power generation. Because for those who don't know, you put it down, you make money. So it'd be like, let's just fast forward, get to the biggest one, fast forward, put down the biggest one, fast forward, put down the biggest one, and all that stuff. Let's see, solar companies and energy brokers are speed running 200 acres up the road from me. You hate it? The whole town hates it? Well, I mean, it's one of those things. Renewable power does take a lot of space if you're talking solar and wind farms and all that. But at the same time, it is one of those things that it's necessary. Alright, you have yourself a good nap, Ultra. I do appreciate you hanging out and all that good stuff, and thank you. You know, even if you don't get a chance to say hi later, you know you're always welcome. Again, check out Ultrasaurus. Fantastic content creator. If you like the content here, it's very, very, very similar. Oh yeah, didn't I have a container of lime way over there too that I overlooked? It's fine. Let's grab a couple containers of lime. We can hold 7 full containers. Let's grab 5 since I have no idea how much in there. But see, not up here. You're so far north you get 4-6 months of winter. The only way the math works out is tax credits. I mean, I obviously can't speak of where you're at because I don't know where you're at. A lot of times, people underestimate how much solar can make. Even up in Michigan, solar can pay for itself very readily. It takes like 8 years or so for that to happen. But even as far north as Michigan, I know I helped a buddy do the math. It's very wild. And Michigan is also a state that is overcast all the time for like half the year. But even then, it pays for itself. It's partially. You're not running a building on 100% solar up there. You'll have it on the proper facing sides of the roof, that you'll get the most out of it, and they will eventually pay for themselves. Obviously, sit down with an actual engineer to do those numbers. Don't just take it from a person on the internet. But I did sit down there and do it with a buddy who, again, lived in, like, it was southern Michigan, like, just south of Detroit. The energy's going to local grid, you'd be on board, but they're selling it to 5 states away? Okay, I still think that's important. The alternative is burning more coal and doing all that stuff, which is worse. It's fine. I know there's a lot of people who have, like, a real big negative about different types of... So here's one way to look at it, James. It's hurting your local economy if you don't do it. Because now you have an industry that's bringing money in. They're going to have all the people maintaining those solar panels. They're going to be doing all that stuff. You may not like it. You may find it an eyesore. These are fair things. You might not want it in your backyard. That's understandable. But there are benefits. But yeah, regardless, like, I get that you don't like it. My comment is more, it has to be built somewhere. And a lot of times, it could be a terrain issue. Like you said, Connecticut, was it, that the location? Isn't Connecticut extremely hilly and all that? I could be wrong, I haven't been to Connecticut. Where if it's very hilly, it's much harder to set up a solar farm there. Whereas if you have more flat land, even if you get less watts per square acreage, if you've got the level ground, it's much easier to maintain and do all that. Because for having your solar panels actually be able to be easily maintained, you want them to be relatively flat, because a lot of the equipment we use to go and clean off the panels, they're honestly like farming equipment, that they have specialty equipment just to go, like, blast down the row of panels to keep them all clean to get their maximum yield. That said, there's some pretty slick stuff people are making now that are solar panel cleaners, that are solar panel, like, that ride on the solar panel itself and are solar powered, which is, like, really slick stuff, because it's super slow moving, but you don't care. It runs 24 hours a day, just slides across there, just cleaning each panel. Hillier than video? Okay. Yeah, so it's one of those things. But, like, I know a lot of people who were throwing a fit when, they had wind farms nearby them, and it was one of those things they're saying, you know, they're bad for the birds. That's accurate. You know, a decent number of birds get whacked by those wind farms. But they closed down the coal plant that was, like, right next to where it'd been. It's like, yeah, you know what's worse for the birds? Chugging out coal directly into the air in a valley that has no circulation in it. Yeah. I mean, right now, it's gonna get into, like, that'd be getting into politics. Right now, anything happening with anything in the government here in the U.S., I have very little faith in. Little trust. We could just move on from that. I shouldn't have even said it. But yeah. No, it's one of those things, like, you have lots of money exchanging hands with power companies. Here in the state of Florida, we have real problems with the energy companies having a very, very, very strong lobby. Very infamously, we had what was known as Amendment 1, which I can't remember the exact verbiage, but it was the pro-solar amendment. And if you actually looked at what that amendment was, it was allowing the power companies to put a surcharge on you if you had solar on your roof, so you had to pay less for power. That it was unfair to everyone else that they had to spend a little bit more supporting the power grid than you, because you weren't getting hit with as many fees and all that. And it was promoted as a pro-solar thing, and fortunately, word got out that this was some utter BS, and it didn't pass. But that's the kind of crap that happens all the time down here. Like, we have a whole thing that I have solar panels on my roof, and if the power goes out, I have no power, even if it's sunny outside, because they got it to be required that my solar panels have to connect out to the grid to then connect back into my home. That I'm not allowed to have direct connection. Like, it's straight up just, literally you can't pass code if you have it. And it was a thing they did to try and demotivate people from getting solar. And they present it as a line safety thing for the people working on the power lines, which is dumb because it means I'm putting my power out onto the line, whereas otherwise I would potentially not be putting it out onto the line, like when there's a power outage. Because, you know, if it was on my home and the power went out, what would ultimately happen is you would go out, you'd flip your power off, and now you have power to your own home. It's a whole thing. And immensely frustrating. Right, we're not planting this. We were going to do canola on this one for the piggies. I'm going to manually do this one because I already know that the AI is going to have a whole thing with it. We apparently did not actually engage the seeder. There we go. In a regional planning commission, this is one kind of close to home for you professionally. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Why did you immediately disable that moving forward? I was like, why are you missing by that much? We'll try this again. Stop disengaging it. Alright. Yeah, no, there's definitely individual areas where you get really bumpkus products. Is this one of the DLC gizmos? Yes, this is the next DLC. It's interesting, it's a fascinating machine. When you have like ideal conditions, it works really well. If you have less than ideal conditions, it's very problematic. It does not like anything that is not remotely anything but flat. It's a cool machine, but it is well, weird shape field to be okay as long as it's flat. I think weird shape field to be inefficient, but if it's not flat, it has a real bad tendency to bottom out the middle part. And it still manages to move forward in most of my experiences when that happens, but instead of going at like the 9, 11 miles per hour, whatever the tool can handle, it usually only goes like 3 or 4 because it's trying to just shove its tool through the ground, which in farm sim means it's just riding on, the wheels just aren't getting traction. But yeah, like a round field, it could go around the outside, just have like weird center things. It also wants to make the entire field hedgerows. Yeah, and that was, it's a real tool like in real life, but from what people were saying is there are apparently only like 10 of these used, period, in the entire world. Which doesn't surprise me, because this feels like it is a poster child for over-engineered solutions. That over-engineered solutions are really cool and can be fun for a proof of concept, but a lot of times then you get to the next phase where it comes to actually using the tool and you find out the nowhere near as fancy tool that just is very mundane and boring is just better. As an engineer who now does some farming and excavation, it looks like a nightmare to keep running. That I'd agree. That I'd agree. This thing has so many moving parts to it. So I can't call myself an engineer. I haven't done like the whole certification process, but my degree does include electrical engineering, so I did take a lot of the electrical engineer courses. I just didn't get the broad general thing. So here in the US, well, I mean, in the US there's someplace I can, but here in Florida, I could not legally call myself an engineer because it's a protected term. But I do have a lot of engineering in my background, and I have done robotics a lot in my background. And one thing we definitely learn is the more moving parts you have, the more points of failure you have. The more points of failure you have, the more maintenance nightmare you have. Generally speaking, you want as few moving parts as possible to accomplish your task efficiently. Now, obviously, if I go and say, hey, minimum moving parts, a shovel. Well, no, it can't, it doesn't work as well as, like, dragging something behind a tractor. But having a tractor that's only got, it's got a bunch of moving parts in the engine, of course, but if you ignore the engine, it's got the attachment point, and then there's effectively a rod that attacks to your equipment in the back. So it's effectively just a big car-like thing that puts a lot of horsepower on a stick, if you want to grossly oversimplify it. That is a machine that has far fewer moving parts than this thing. It's only got one set of wheels that in any way turn or move or pivot or do anything. Would you cooperate with me? Yeah, like, so what's happening is, because we're on a slight incline, it's pivoting, and when it pivots, it ever so slightly goes down the hill, like it slips just a little, and that slip sees it as going in reverse, and when you go in reverse, it cancels the GPS, and so it's canceling itself out of GPS. Got an $80,000 sheepskin though? Yeah, no, like I also have I have my actual degree, but my actual degree is a hybrid between computer science, electrical engineering, and network signaling. Why are you blinking at me? What are you trying to tell me? I have no idea. Oh, so factory automation stuff? No, so computer science is programming. It's just a big fancy word for programming. Network signaling would be more like the people who run your cellular towers, your network towers, your internet providers, cable television, like all the, wiring all over the place and making sure that the signals get through there aren't crap. Like all that kind of stuff. I think radio, I'm pretty sure radio would be under its own, radio's under its own umbrella. It's been, over 10 years since I graduated. I had to pause there, because, wait, has it been 20? No, it's only been a little over 10, it's been over 10 years since I got the degree. And then when it comes to electrical engineering, that's electrical. But like I said, that one I can't call myself an electrical engineer. But, I know enough that I can go in and I could tear into an electrical box and know what I'm doing, but I don't have the credentials to do that where you're going to want to deal with it because, an insurance company is not going to cover me doing the work. But the robotic stuff I did, that would include the factory type stuff. I did do some factory automation, not like the big arms that swing around and do all that stuff. More like the CNC machines, where you'd program all of them, and just you put in your blank, you hit a button, and it just does all its work. Okay. Yeah, you could probably wire a house and probably design a fairly complicated circuit. So much misspots. So that's the way this thing works. In real life, that is one of the it's a negative and a positive of this machine in real life. In real life, you write off the crops where the wheels go along it. There's a reason why if you look at that seeder, unlike the harvester and everything, it doesn't go outside of it. Because the reality is this machine would be heavy enough, if I did seed it, I would just crush the crops in my next process anyways. So the idea is you would write off those 2 rows, and you'd be like, oh man, but isn't that a lot of space? Yes, but when you're dealing with all farm equipment, you have all sorts of different widths and all that for your different equipment, that there's reason why you only make your field so big, and then you'd have like a lane to drive through it and all that, because of concern of like crushed crops and all that kind of stuff. But because every single piece of equipment on this is the exact same width, you write off that specific area, and then in turn, you know these grooves are gone, and every single process from fertilizing to spraying to cultivating to harvesting, all the spot in the middle is good. Where sometimes if you go back in and say like you've got a field that you've been maintaining and everything, and something happens, and you go, oh man, we've got this pest here, I gotta go, like, this isn't a normal thing, I gotta go and get like some pesticide in here and deal with this pest or a mildew or whatever. I don't know if you'd actually do this, because I'm not a commercial farmer or whatever, but you might have to go in after the fact of the vehicle, where you're gonna have to go over your own field and potentially damage crops because you had an unplanned step you had to add in because of an extreme, like a circumstance. You end up crushing all those crops going through there, but your choice is crush a row of crops every n number of meters and deal with this, or lose all your crops, or potentially like dramatically harm your yield because, you know, whatever event. So by having all your tools have the exact same width to it, there is that benefit. That said, do I think it's a practical machine? No. No, I do not. This is a machine you grab. Oh my god, please. This is why you need flat terrain, chat. I'm trying, like, it's detached. It's just sitting in there. There we go. So now I need to grab you. You gotta hoe the fields. And finally, after all of that, we will be done for this in-game day's planting. Did I already hoe this field? It should say weeds growing if I haven't. No, so we haven't. So let's get you started in this field. Meanwhile, I'll probably get a couple other things going on here. So, no sales we care about. They did get a slurry container. That's one thing I want to check. Does my current tank carry slurry? Can it accept slurry? I'm also checking to see if we got like a really fast harvest contract or something popped in. We did not. Because you do have a microscopic amount of slurry going on there. To be fair, I've got 10 baby piggies. I shouldn't be expecting much slurry. So, we have... If we go to you, do you contain slurry? You cannot hold slurry. Let's see how much slurry that thing can carry. What does slurry sell for? I assume I can sell slurry. I've never tried. It doesn't sell for much is what it sells for. It does not sell for much by the liter. A maximum $67 per liter is pretty terrible. Unless we're talking some pretty wild volumes, I wouldn't anticipate making a whole lot of money on that slurry. I think realistically, if we're making the money with the pigs, what's going to end up happening is we're going to get a rotation of just like them aging up again and again, and then dealing with that on the other side. The other thing you need to watch is we didn't accidentally. We dropped all of our barley into the hopper here. So now I don't have enough feed for the chickens. They've got enough for right now, but they are going to run short, so I am going to have to buy more feed. But what I'm going to do is while the other tractor is hoeing those fields, I got a lot of equipment that needs to be gassed up, repaired. You know, those repairs are stacking up. And in Farm Sim, vehicles in a bad state of repair is a real bad time for you. Every single thing has a penalty that it will get as it gets worse and worse repair. Some of the penalties are pretty benign. The truck engine on here, I believe you can lose a little bit of top speed and torque, is what it takes as it gets into bad state of repair. I think also gas efficiency, but all of that's pretty mild. It's still worth fixing, but in all things considered, there's far worse out there. But then you got like the really, really bad ones. Like the Harvester's probably the worst one. When the Harvester is in bad state of repair, you get a lower yield because the idea is you're spilling some of your harvester out the sides or ruining some of your harvest because your machine's sloppy and in bad repair. So that's like the worst one. You know, seeders and fertilizers will use more of their consumable goods. You get the idea. What about turning into fertilizer? We can actually even have the tank for putting the slurry in on the next hat. I don't have the header for it. I know I did slurry like once in Farm Sim. I beached ourselves on a raised sidewalk. I did not expect you to be raised. There we go. Now I have to try and pick it up again. But if we go on an angle, as opposed to straight across, that should be a little bit better. Honestly, even if I just shove it off, that's fine too. Yeah, exactly as Kravik's saying. It's one of those things that, like, in practice, the slurry, if, like, you're trying to be very frugal, is good in Farm Sim. It just ends up being way more laborious. So it's kind of one of those things that, in Farm Sim, for as much as fertilizer does cost, it's way cheaper than real-life fertilizer tends to be. Real-life fertilizer can be prohibitively expensive. But because, you know, the prices are not artificially, they're just lower than normal in Farm Sim, it's just one of those things that the benefit is massively reduced by that fact. Okay, let's pull you over here. I don't need you right now. And honestly... Oh, wait. I didn't repair it, I just gassed it up. The trailer is one of the ones that having a bad state of repair in the trailer is not bad. I want to say that lowers your top speed, which, in the big wide world of things, is not that big a deal. And the game is still bugged right now in this version, where repairs are free. You just have to have the money in the bank. They won't actually take it from you. I do expect that to get fixed. So I'll pull you around here. You're doing that. And this is the one that is like, oh yeah, I should probably deal with it. Where I just spent the time to drop this off. I'm gonna pick it back up. I'm gonna pick this up. The next piece of equipment I'll need on the next hat is gonna be the harvester. But basically, while we're doing that, while we're doing the hoeing, which isn't, it's a fairly fast process. That one's almost done. I'm gonna work on getting all this squared away. So you should be, yeah, you're doing the head row, which you do last. So I would suspect this thing is probably down to its like last row here. One of the things is it's very hard to tell where it has and has not. Weird looking machine. Oh yeah, the next ad is just a strange machine. But yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this starting to hoe the other field. We will take the next at, we're going to drive it all the way over to the gas station. I don't know how we're pulling into that gas station with that monstrosity to refuel it. But we're going to do that. And then we're going to repair the cedar and its hopper and the Nexat. And then I'm going to go grab the Nexats, a harvester, and that header. And go get those repaired. All while this is finishing the hoeing. There might be a fuel truck. I know you can build a gas pump of your own, too. There might be a fuel truck. I don't think I've ever bought it, though. I know there's mods for all that stuff. I don't think there's a fuel truck. Or was it a trailer? Yeah, so there's a fuel trailer. So I can actually load this up with a bunch of fuel and move it. There might be a truck too. I don't remember there being a truck, but that's the kind of stuff that, you know, people will grab mods for it. But you can build your own gas stations and all that. Like almost every building so far as functional building in the game, you can build one yourself if you so wish. Alright, so you do that. And I'm going to take 2 seconds while that starts. I'm going to grab myself a new drink. I'll be right back. I'm just going to be 2 seconds, and I'll see you all in 2 seconds. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. I think that thing's already getting close to done. That's one nice thing about that really long field, is a lot of the time you lose is when you get to an end and you're turning around. That whole time you slow down, you take the time to turn, you're not actually doing the field. So in a lot of ways, the better you can set up your field to have as much time of the vehicle actually doing the thing on the field, the better. But, you know, there's that. Thanks, Bassett. That's also a thing that when I'm going to try in this next ad break that happens here in like 15-20 minutes. I'm going to try and take a minute because I got my lunch/dinner sitting here. I haven't eaten anything today yet, and I need to do that. Because normally I don't start my stream this early. Like, very genuinely, my normal start time is a little over an hour from now. This is... Oh, if I go down here, this shouldn't be that bad. But because we are doing the streamathon, we are starting early and all that kind of good stuff. Till the subathons thing. And sure is your friend. Oh, like the breakfast shake things. Yeah, I used to have those like later on in college because I was always working multiple jobs and trying to be a student at the same time and no time to do all the things I need to do. I'm a little concerned by how slowly that gas gauge fills up and how fast my money ticker's going down. You are an expensive vehicle to operate. I also low-key don't see this as a thing that actually happens. I don't think in real life you're sitting there, you're in the middle of an area that you got like legitimate apartment buildings and everything, and you've got this pulling up at your local gas pump. I definitely don't see how that works. I could see, you know, having a specific you know, not like that the gas station can only be used by farm equipment, but rather having a gas station, you know, more in the rural area that is far more, it's built with larger vehicles in mind. So it wouldn't have like the overhang kind of thing, because I'd expect bigger vehicles. And realistically, you're probably pulling a big old truck up, filling that up, driving it out to your farm, and then maybe having someplace on the property that is your own gas pump or whatever to facilitate. Alright. So we want to repair this. That's the tricky thing, because the repair spot is actually on the back side of the building where the cars are. We've already taken the Nexat through there a couple times. It's not a terrible place to go through, but it's not amazing. Realistically, if this is a run I wanted to put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into or something, like the forever kind of run, I would build my own repair place that is in the wide open. So stuff like the Nexat and harvesters and these big cumbersome machines that are not exactly the best for sneaking in between buildings could get at it without having to, you know, do this finagling. Like, it's not too terrible. All things considered, the Nexat actually does turn pretty alright with the way it can wiggle. It's just big and cumbersome. I will say, if the repair fees are working, this thing's not cheap to operate. I need to turn way earlier. It's fine. I think we'll make it work anyways. Yeah, no, it's weird the things you can get around by, like, doing this little wiggle where you can shift the vehicle. Because, like, if I get snagged on a pole, like, legitimately I'm just, like, snagged on a pole here, we can just wiggle to the side a little bit, and then just move out of the way, and then you move the other way, like, shove the vehicle away from the pole. So as far as, like, individual tree obstructions, it's weirdly actually well set up to deal with that. In video game logic. In real-life logic, you wouldn't want to slam your $1 million vehicle up against a tree to push the whole thing away from you. Oh yeah, like, don't get me wrong, the vehicle is impressive engineering. Like, it is, I make the comment, it's an over-engineered solution. It's really impressive engineering. There's a lot of really fancy tech in this thing. Like, no doubt of that. There's a lot of limitations that over-engineering also introduces. But it is a thing that, it's a pretty cool piece of technology. Do I think people should get this and start using with their farm? Probably not. It's probably one of those things that has very specific use cases that you could justify it for. You legit might watch YouTube videos on it. I think that's genuinely why... like, why they sponsor. I was actually expecting this to take way longer. I forgot that the hoeing the fields is very quick. Let's see, you can only speak for your in-laws on the fuel of their fleet tractors as farming contractors. They have fueling on-site at their workyard rather than taking the tractor to the fueling station. During silage season, there's often a worker dedicated to visiting every single farm that they are working on purely to refuel vehicles from the fuel tank towed by UT. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like, it makes sense that logically, especially if you're in a very dispersed area that you're working on, it makes sense that it would be more cost-effective to bring the fuel to the individual vehicles. Or, like, to staging areas near where the vehicles work. Versus, because, like, say, for example, we own all of this, you know... Come on. Like, say we own all of this farm area. Like, this is a huge area. Rather than drive all your really big vehicles down here, putting all those extra miles and all that gas use just going back and forth, instead of, you have 10 vehicles working up here, 5 over there, 4 down here, whatever, you just drive up here to a central spot, refuel all the ones up there, drive over there, refuel that, and you just have your one gas vehicle moving around. Makes sense. Checks out. It's the way we do things in SnowRunner. You have your staging point for your vehicles. Okay, so we got the first round of fertilizer. We got them weeded. They've been limed. So that's all ready to rock and roll. No new sales we care about. At this stage, even though they had a good contract, unless it's absolutely amazing, we're not waiting for it. The piggies got their food. The chickens have about a day and a half. Well, sorry. A day and 3/4 worth of food there before I gotta buy them food. Greenhouses are fine for right now. And we can go to our finances and pay off what loan we can pay off. And we will be ready to advance the day. Our crops are planted. We have our canola and our barley. So all in all, while that day really took a long time to get through, not a bad day. We got a whole new field. We got a bunch of money. We lost a bunch of money. But that was we lost money purchasing a major asset. There was nothing in October we specifically needed. Yeah, it was definitely productive. Okay, so now I've got my next step of the operation. So what I need to do now is I have to put a second pass of fertilizer. Let's go over here, kick the fertilizer out of this thing. And I am deciding that I'm going to hit the point of not trying to share the fertilizer between the Nexat and this. We will just buy fertilizer, because it's all going to get used eventually. So I have $6,000. It's a solid fertilizer. Yeah, so I can get 4 containers for right now. Right. Okay, that's an additional price. All right. They use that UI when you're doing the extra always confuses me, because that's that much more than the base price because you bought extras. That's fine. And if this isn't enough fertilizer, then that's a problem I have to deal with. We might still be stealing fertilizer from the next hat. I'm going to start with the big field on this one, because that one's straight up and straight down. Like, it's a nice, narrow, fast field. Like, I think it'll be seriously, like, 2 passes. Alright. Yeah, it's genuinely 2 passes and has a slight overlap. I do wonder... Here, let's, first... So I do wonder... So let's look at the pigs again. So for the root crop, it's clearly going to be potatoes... The potatoes, the parsnip, the carrots, the beets, and all that. All of those are terrible. All of those are genuinely terrible to deal with. Not one of those is not a bad time. Because a lot of them you have to drive over them with the vehicle, and first you have to head the thing. So you take the potato, you chop off the big green part. Then you have to get the machine that actually scoops up the potatoes. And I believe you have to have a machine then that washes the potatoes, if I remember correctly, and then you sell them. I think it was 3 steps. We can turn around and we can check, because it'll all be under the category. It's been so long since I've done potatoes. I don't think we will do those, by the way. I don't think we'll do those at any point during the run. But it was just kind of my thoughts, like, what would it take to actually have the pigs produce at full capacity? Yeah, if we go here and we check potatoes. Yeah, so we've got the machine to plant the potatoes. Right, they have their own planter. Then we have the one that digs them out of the ground. That's actually not that bad. But still, we're not doing it. That's not necessary for objectives. That's fine. We got our extra field. That's okay. That's going to be an extra income. The pigs will give us some extra income. So that's all good. But the next move we really need to make is I do need to knock down our debt some more. We will want to get the stuff for the grass for the other animals. If we have the opportunity to snag one of the other Nexat pieces, like basically now I'm just kind of waiting for the Nexat pieces to come up on sale. The only one I could see myself going out of the way for until it's my last objective would be the cultivator header. That one I might reluctantly take full price, just because we are using a really small cultivator header right now. And we could certainly we would benefit from being able to get through the cultivating much faster. All right, now this field. I find it interesting. It's making the 2 rows to my sides, it's changing the texture, but not the one directly underneath. Even though all 3 of those are definitely getting hit by the fertilizer. Okay, so we actually won't need the fertilizer from the Nexat. That's fine. Just weird, that's fine. But yeah, so once we get this, we will be good until Harvest Day. For I believe the barley. Actually, canolas might be first. We'll check. We can just check which one has the first harvest day, because we did get the second day we could plant the canola. We got it down, not the first day. So I don't know how that'll affect exactly when we harvest it. I think it'll be that second day we can harvest it. Which regardless, the goal is to get them so they're not happening on the same day all the time. So that way, you know, I do one day where I work on one field, and the next day I work on the other field. Kind of spreads it out so it's not nearly just all that. And then with that, we will have all of our fields done for today. And then, so Harvest Day. So the barley's first. We harvest the barley in June. The canola might end up being August because we planted it later. So do the barley, then we harvest the barley, then we harvest the canola, then we plant the canola, then we plant the barley. So it gives us more days during the year we do actual farm work versus money showing up from whatever. That's fine. All right, so you're all done. Everything's fertilized. Everything's weeded. Everything's everythinged. So we can drop you off now. Hey, you been picking up your eggs? I still need to pick up the eggs today, yes. We are going to be a bit short on the eggs this time because I had the one time I missed them that we went over a production limit. So I do expect to get like $1,000 less this year than I did the previous year. It is what it is. I can't go back and fix it. But yeah, Ness isn't overfilled, luckily. Okay, now let's check. So you need food. Nah, it's cotton. We're not doing cotton. You'll need water soon. Food means money. You have to borrow a little bit of money because I accidentally sold all my barley too early again. That's actually the reason we went for the pigs, is that should put a stop to that behavior. Okay, we can go here. Animals. Wheat. Went ahead and grabbed 2,000 liters for right now. Since I won't be able to do a payment today anyways for the debt. This will give me enough for like an extra day or so. But once we get to June, then I can just dump all of the barley, and then I'll just have to top off the chickens. I'll have plenty of barley to spare. We could start just holding large volumes of barley in the silo, and the pigs and the chickens will gradually work their way through it. Alright, I think with that, we are good for this in-game day. And then November is when we sell our eggs, which should give us, I don't know the exact amount because we did mess up on one of the days, but it should give us somewhere around 50,000, which will be good. That'll knock down a good chunk of our debt real fast. Okay. So you're going up for sale. As a windrower for sale, but we don't need that. Okay. Why were you not strapped down? So in real life, we just lost all those eggs. Luckily, this is video games, and this is not an us problem. What? Why are you... Like, it even toggled the straps now, and these ones are not in the area that they can be strapped. Okay, so there's our strap back in. I'm gonna have to go down the length of this road and then try and turn. I should not have turned in this spot. And I missed the one back there. I've got the one stuck between the cab and all this. I'm gonna have to do a big turnaround over here because this thing doesn't have a good turn radius for obvious reasons. Would you stop trying to drive up on me? It's not exactly as I was planning on doing it, but that does do what I needed it to do. Okay, so I got the one I missed back a ways. Yeah, like weirdly they just didn't get strapped in and we just threw them. Like I said, luckily, Farm Sim, you don't damage your goods by tossing them around. In real life, chucking all those containers of eggs all over the place would be, you know, we would have lost our whole sale. We'd have had a bunch of goop on the road is what we would have had. Get that last one that's over here by this light. I can see they're all strapped in this time. Yeah, no, I don't know what happened there that they didn't get strapped in, but that would have been a bummer if it's like in real life. So it looks like we're actually about 3,000 liters shy of what we should have had. Come on, eggs are very expensive. Yup. So this might be just under $50,000 worth of eggs. Oh no, it's still, actually it's still pretty good. Okay, so let's get you back up here into position. And now we know the greenhouse's water is getting very low. I have to be careful now. This is my field, so I can destroy my crops. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like we lost hardly any money. Maybe $1,000 that we should have made we lost. Oh, that's not the way it's facing. Maybe $1,000. Ah, you know what? I have to go drive directly out to the road. Because that's like straight up in the middle there. It's fine. I was cutting across that field again and again to reach the water. It's just now I have to go around a little ways. It's not a problem. I mean, technically I probably actually can cross it today because it's not grown enough to be crushed. But that's a habit I need to break. Okay, nothing we actually care about here. Meanwhile, I can start checking on all this stuff. So I can repay our debts. Knock it down a bunch. Yeah, so it's the mushroom one that needs stuff more. None of these are we going to worry about. The chickens have just enough food for today. And then the pigs are fine for right now. The big thing that's going to be a pain is just the fact that, like, I'm going to have to get a bunch of food for the chickens. That's going to cost us actually quite a lot, the food for the chickens. I almost instinctively went right through the field. Luckily, I remembered in time. Speaking of which, how are the pigs doing? Yeah, so still only 10 pigs. We've only had them for 5 in-game months. Okay. No, there's no fish farming. We did have, people did ask the other week, they're like, if you could have any animals added to the game. And yeah, I had mentioned that I would love to see, like, aquaponics added to the game. Like fish farms, that kind of thing. I feel like that'd be a nice touch. Having another means to supplement your fertilizer while also getting another product. Alright, you're all good there. Get you back in a position for the eggs. What I'm gonna try to do is I'll probably math out just how many, how much food I'm gonna have to buy to keep my chickens happy. And we'll probably just buy that. Okay. So you're good. You're good. You're both good. The chickens, like I said, they got about 2,000 liters. They use just shy of 2,000 liters per day. So we're like right on that fence where they're not gonna have enough food for the next day. But we're fine for right now. So we got our cash from that. So we advance our day. And what we'll probably want to do is math out how many containers of feed I need to get the chickens to get to June. Once we're at June, I harvest the barley, and we've got more enough feed for them for basically ever. It's about, not forever, but till we'll be in good shape at that point. That's the important part. Nothing we care about here. Those are both fine. No contracts we care about. Yeah, so chickens have, like, next to no food left. Alright. So, for the chickens, they're about 2K a month. Yeah, you already did the math for the 12? Yeah, so 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10, 12, yep. Yep. The good news... Yeah, no, I'm going to need 12 because it's inclusive this month. That's going to be us taking a loan is what that's going to be doing. I think that'll be enough. No, that won't be enough. We'll get there. That's really expensive. But I mean, basically, we don't have enough feed for them at all. Alright. Feed. Wheat. I have the wrong trailer here. So there's 8. I'm gonna start with the 10 and we'll go with that. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Okay, so now I need to go get that feed and get it to the chickens. Now, to be clear, I gotta remember that's my field. I'm gonna pull into that thing and just trash it sooner or later. We do have crop destruction on. Okay. Our piggos are getting older. Here's hoping that we manage to get through this without having to have too many of these. Yep. That's basically almost a field's harvest worth of wheat that we're grabbing right now to feed our chickens. This should be just over what I can put into the chicken storage. No, just keep an eye on it to see when it starts dropping off. You have enough now for roughly 5 months if your math is correct? Yeah, no, I think you're right. My own math is about the same. I mean, it is the same. It's not about. But it could even be that it's ever so slightly below 2,000 or whatever. Regardless, that hurts. But this will give us time to get some greenhouse money. Like I said, the good news, I only gotta do it this once. And then, because I'll be splitting the barley between different things, I'll feel a lot more comfortable just keeping a bunch of the barley in the silo and all that. It's gonna take the pigs a while to ramp up, though. The good news is the pigs won't eat a lot until they do ramp up. Okay, so I'll take care of the chickens, and all that stuff, so we're good there. And we'll still make money, even though I did burn, like, almost 15,000-20,000 on feed. That's still the thing that gets me 50-something thousand. And the reason we have that penalty is I sold the barley that I needed to feed them, so I got money earlier, and this is just kind of retroactively getting that. Can you get a smaller trailer to feed the animals? Yeah, but then that means it's another thing I'm buying. And the trailers usually cost you at least a good couple tens of thousands. Probably like 50,000 for something we'd be wanting. I saw the Nexat seed hopper. I was like, oh no, is it time? I already have it. We don't need it. We're good. Yes, I don't need any of those things. As far as the animals go, they're content with their seed for right now. You're fine with your stuff. Those are fine there. No contracts we care about. Repay our debt. Next month. Just gotta get to June. We get to June, we get to harvest, and that all goes away. Sorry, was it June? What month was canola? Because it was the canola harvest for... Yeah, because it was canola harvest... No, it is June. Yeah, because it was June... Yeah, June for the barley harvest. Then the canola. Then we plant the canola. Then we get the... Yeah, okay. So June is still what we're going to. That's the important part. Still got plenty of food for right now. You're good there. You're fine here. And pay down the loan. Yep, canola's for the pigs. The chickens cannot eat the canola. And it does seem like if we drop off all the canola for the pigs, it'll, like, the pigs won't get through the canola fast, so it'll take me to regrow the canola. Don't care about that. Chicken's still fine. The pigs are now adults, so they should start having offspring soon, I assume. The productivity rate is really bad because we don't have all of their stuff handled. The canola will help with that. We pay a little bit of that debt again. Oh, I didn't grab the chicken stuff. Yeah, so it's about $1,000 we just lost. It's fine. Okay, so we got you. Yeah, the worst thing is when you're on this menu, it'll even show you the egg storage there. That's going to update in a second to kick that out. Yeah, so it should happen is anytime now that should update and kick out all the eggs in storage. You're fine all there, you're fine there. Why aren't you kicking that out? Because usually it updates every so often. Close up to Piggy. Oh, you want to see the pigs? Yeah. So we got the adult pigs. The adult pigs doing adult pig things. Well, it should kick those out onto the ground. No, we can pick them up again. Let's see. You're fine for your feed and all that right now. You're getting down to the wire. They'll need your stuff soon. You bet they have cute piglets too? Yes, we did show those off way early, how adorable the little piglets looked. But yeah, so we should have, like, I'm expecting new pigs soon. I'm suspecting we need to get the straw in there, and I'm suspecting we'll need other things to, like, really make the pigs happy. I remember the pigs being one of the more complicated animals so far, as they're, like, one of the ones that they need a whole range of things to be properly productive and all that. Yep, you're still fine. $10,000 for a hoeing contract? Okay. Pigs are pretty smart? Yep. Oh yeah, no, you're good, Infinity. Yeah, no, I mean, they're going to pay me $10,000 for this field. I'm going to go ahead and send this thing out to work it. I can certainly use the money. And that's effectively 2 loan payments. So you do your job. You pick up those eggs. Drop that off. And how close are we on the chickens? Yeah, so chickens are going to need 1 more container of food. We're 1 container of food short. But first, this is going to get in the way, so we're going to move it real fast. Alright. We take care of a pet pig, it'll sit right on your lap, even grows older and larger. And really... yeah. Really heavy, yeah. Nah, pigs are very smart animals. They can be very caring and all that. So drop that off for a minute. I will need to grab our feed container. Hey, Drong, can I get a shout out for Blade Drong? It's going good, and thank you. Yeah, no, I've been having a blast with it. Did some RimWorld yesterday, but doing some 2-point. Doing some farm sim, trying to get the last of these dare drops knocked out. Oh, not again. Alright, just keep shoving. There we go, and hook it up. Get our chicken feed, because I accidentally sold the crops I was going to feed the chickens last time. Alright, here, I get the shout out. For those that don't know Blade Drongo, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I highly recommend. Been playing stuff like Project Zomboid, has done lots of RimWorld in the past. Been doing Outer Wilds, which is a game I picked up with the intent of playing at some point, because I've heard nothing but good things about it. I still have it. I intend on playing it someday. It's one of those games you got into Steam Summer Sale, and you're like, oh yeah, I've heard good things. And then, someday. Alright, so we need to get 1 more container of feed for my chickens, because I goofed. I shouldn't. Again, that's what she said. Yeesh. You're gonna give it a once more chance next week. Unfortunately, made you super sick, motion sick. Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, space sims are definitely ones that can get you. You heard some things, Blanc, most have to do with mayo. I mean, there's certainly an emote over there that is super great and cursed and great and cursed, and the whole emotional spread there. It's a fun emote. It's a brilliant emote, but also super cursed. You not had a space sim before do that? We think the scale and velocity of some of the things does make it worse than the other games you played. Yeah, it also seemed like, from what I saw of you playing, it seems like the cockpit kind of shifts and moves around a little bit more on you than I'm used to. Like, most space sims, the cockpit stays, for the most part, stationary. Maybe like a little shake when you get hit or something like that. That one, it seemed like when you would go to the side, it'd kind of shift a little bit on you. Which is probably just to communicate to the player that you're going sideways, because space is relative. Without those kind of tells, it can be real hard to tell. I think Elite Dangerous does that very mildly. Like, I thought I saw it doing that. I could be wrong. I was very tired at that point. Right, I have you doing a contractor. Okay. In the meantime, we could pay down our loan again. Does it say how many shows you have? Are you saying Stows? What's the baler on sale? That's not a bad baler. Like, honestly, honestly, this wouldn't be a bad thing, except right now, if we look at my bank account, I could make that happen. But it's just gonna sit there and collect dust for right now. It's a decent baler. It'll probably be a baler like that I ultimately pick up. Yeah, no, it'll show me how many animals I have. So, like, right now we have 360 chickens, and we have 10 pigs. But yeah. Yeah, no, motion sickness is no fun. I haven't had many games get me. There's been a few over the years. Except Snowplow Simulator. Snowplow Simulator was weaponized motion sickness. There's not many people who saw us play that, because I didn't play it long. I think I've described it. So, imagine for a moment, you've got your snow shovel, you know, you got your pack handle here and you're holding that, and you mounted the camera here. You mount your camera right there on the handle, and it follows the shovel into the snow and up. Every single scoop. You did the first scoop and you're like, why would you do that? Who thought this was a good idea? And if you got too cold, you would get a cold, and your screen would violently shake every, like, 15 seconds while doing this the whole time. And it was like, oh my god. Not to be, like, they had some weird, like, where the field of view was a little weird. Those are minor things, but it was like the camera position and like the overly aggressive camera shake every 15 seconds is like, who did this? Like, I had to stop because I was not feeling well after not very long of playing it. And I also am someone who doesn't typically get motion sick. I've had a couple games over the years that, like, they have, like, weird effects. You're like, alright, I'm feeling a little unsettled. But that was definitely the first one. I was like, no, I think I'm gonna take, like, 5 minutes and go for a walk and get my head on straight and not play this game ever again. But yeah. No, I can see that. Like, there's a lot of simulation games are the ones like those space flight and flight simulation games. Especially if they got a lot of things happening in the background. Those can be really rough, regardless of your disposition. I've seen some badly implemented games over the years. For those who don't know, I'm a subject matter expert on accessibility. One project I worked on as like a side contract while I was doing dev work is I was working with a nonprofit that their entire objective is they were trying to work on a number of treatment methods for people when they get motion sick. Because generally speaking, when it comes to getting motion sick, once you're on that roller coaster, it's just get cool air, be out in the open, and stop moving is about all you got. It's too late to take any meaningful medicine. You've already jumped on that roller coaster and it's sent. There are medications you can take to prevent motion sickness, but you have to take them before you feel sick. Or they're basically completely useless. Stuff like Dramamine and those things. And most of those motion sickness medicines, they practically knock you out. They're super duper drowsy causing. And so this group was trying to sit there like, you did whatever, you've gotten motion sick. We want better than get a fan and sit there and wait. We want something a little bit better than that. And so they were testing. I couldn't tell you what the treatment method was. I don't remember. But we had to be able to consistently and reliably make people motion sick. Because you can't treat someone for motion sickness if they're not motion sick. So, and all, for the record, everyone involved knew what they were getting into. We weren't just grabbing random people being like, hey, put this on, get motion sick, okay, have a good time. Like, people knew that we're like, we're gonna be getting you motion sick. Like, really motion sick. Just so you know, this is to try and help others in the future not have to deal with this, but like, you're going to be very green when we're done with you. And the way we did it is using VR. So you have your VR headset, and there was like a background and everything, but we would play a tone, and you were to look over at the tone. The catch was, we took the camera, so you'd turn your head like that, like say like 45 degrees, but the camera would rotate faster, so your camera would be at 90 degrees. And just, I don't care, you could have the ironclad stomach, and we would have you under the table 5-10 minutes. It's all it takes. Because your body is just like, nope, all of that is not right. I have clearly been poisoned. Clearly something is horrifically wrong. Evacuate stomach. And so yeah, it was one of those things you do that and it's just like 30 seconds, you're like, oh, this is bad. Rule number 1, if you ever want to get into developing anything for VR, do not touch the camera. The camera belongs to the player. When the player moves their head, the camera moves that far. If they miss the important cinematic, that's a problem that you didn't draw their attention to the cinematic. Do not touch the camera. Leave it alone. That's like rule 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You leave that camera alone. You do not touch it. There is no circumstances you move that camera that is not the player moving it themselves. And you move it exactly the amount that the player moves at. Again, that's why you play a note. You have like things that naturally draw the eye there, whether like light patterns, like whatever it takes you. If you want a person to look, like if you have an important thing, that you're doing a murder mystery and the person's supposed to walk over, you see them, and then it gets shot. And you're like, oh no. It happened. You add the extra second where the person slams the door to your right and goes, hey, what are you doing here? And then gets shot. Because naturally you're going to hear that and the person's going to be like, and look at the loud noise over there. You now have their attention in the correct direction. But if you need them to pay attention to something, and you can even do it, like you can detect where the person's facing. So if you want someone to look at someone who's having a conversation with you, you could even have them interrupt their line and have detect to see if the player's looking the other way, and have them do like the going back to like the 90s mother, hey, look at me when I'm talking to you. You can have them do that. It works in the game, and you could like pause the cinematic, as it were, to draw them back over to then, you know, have the ceiling fall in on them or whatever you're supposed to be having them do. But yeah, a lot of people, they'll just grab the camera and wrench it over, and that you're just gonna wipe people out doing that. Fortunately, people are getting better and better about the VR stuff with that and learning those lessons, but yeah. Because that's the thing you can do with normal games. You could do that, like when you're playing Doom, you can sit there and you can just grab the camera from the player and rotate it to watch the train go by and make sure they see what you want them to see. VR has different rules. You're a very, very different sensory situation. For people who want to play VR and not get sick, some things that can help out is next time you get your like eyeglasses, like, or your prescription or whatever, like even if you don't need a prescription, the next time you get your eyes checked. That's where I'm going with that. The next time you get your eyes checked, get the measurement of the distance between your pupils. I'm blanking on what the term is, like interpupillary whatever measurement or whatever. It's a measurement for how far the distance is between your pupils. With that, when you go to your actual VR headset, instead of just being like, is it blurry or is it less blurry with the little sliders or whatever on it, a lot of them will actually have it where you can set it to very precisely be, this is how far apart my pupils are, and it will help with a lot of motion sickness stuff. It can be a good thing to have some level of breeze or airflow or whatever. Like the old VR headsets that do the thing where they had like the foam thing that'd be pressed up against your head, and your head would get, like, your face would get all sweaty and gross. That's bad for motion sickness. Heat exacerbates motion sickness. So some of the new ones, they'll still have that, but they'll have like vents on the top. There's actually people who make entire kits that hook up to different VR headsets just to get a little bit better ventilation around that, just so you don't get that muggy sweatiness in there. Those can help. Obviously, if it's a third-party thing, your mileage may vary, that kind of thing. But like where you need it to sit secure so it doesn't move around on you, at the same time, having any level of airflow in there will help you not get motion sick as easy. Just being in a room with decent circulation will also help. Again, the like rooms that are hot or stuffy or anything like that, that does exacerbate motion sickness. It doesn't cause it, but when you get it, it makes it worse. That's the reason why, like, if you're someone who occasionally gets car sick, one of the things that they'll do to help, have the person sit in the front seat, stare at the horizon line, and just crank the fan up on cool. Like, it doesn't need to be cold, it's more just the airflow, just not hot airflow, but nice cool airflow on you. That can help a lot. Obviously, if you're already motion sick, you're probably better off just like stopping at a rest stop and, you know, sitting down, giving yourself 15-20 minutes. You won't get over being motion sick. It takes longer than that, but it will go and alleviate a lot of that. You just saw a headset which is insanely small have built-in lenses and the form custom molded your face. Yeah, so that's actually, it's a more expensive thing that people could do. I haven't done it myself. You can actually get prescription lenses for some of the major VR headsets. They're third-party aftermarket things, but basically you go, hey, here's my prescription. You buy the lenses, you take apart the unit and put it in. I don't know how good, bad, or otherwise, but I know a number of people who've done that, because a lot of those headsets, you put on your glasses and you try and put the VR thing on top of it, and it's just not accommodating. So you can get prescription lenses for your VR headset. Again, I've not personally done it, so I can't speak how good, bad, or otherwise. I've heard good things. But you know, it would certainly be better than especially if you have a very strong prescription. I could see that being another thing, that even if you did all the other stuff, just because your vision's doing weird things, trying to deal with this very abnormal situation, that that could probably throw you in for a loop. It'd be almost like putting on the wrong prescription if you've ever done that, where you look at that and go, oh, this does, like, you may not get motion sickness, but, you know, it just doesn't feel right. So we're about to finish this field, getting that hoeing, and that's $10,000, which we desperately need because we're horrifically in debt. Because we keep buying the expensive machines that we need for the challenge. And pigs. And we bought pigs. Did I already get the chicken feed? I got the chicken feed, right? Yeah, I got the chicken feed. Okay. I did see that people made a mod for Farm Sim just so that you could actually finish the contract. Like, you finish the field after the contract. Because that upsets a lot of people that I couldn't finish that field any farther because I'm considered done. And I can understand, for a lot of people, that was very deeply upsetting. And Piggo's just doing Piggo things. Alright, so now that's done. You're good there. We want to turn in that contract for the 10,000. Is there any of these we can't live without? Not really. Like, that's another good one, but I don't want to spend all my time doing that. The greenhouses are fine. The animals, they're not in great shape, but they're fine for now. Repay another $10,000. At least when you complete the contract, the field updates the proper state. Yeah. Well, sometimes it'll update back to where it was before you did the thing. What was upsetting? Oh yeah, I accidentally sold all the barley I needed to feed the chickens, so I had to buy all the chicken feed. And that was not cost effective. That was a bad time. Did I actually repair the harvester? I don't think we did. Oh yeah, no we did. We repaired the harvester. Alright, so we can now harvest our barley with the Nexat monstrosity. I don't think we did repair the harvester. We should repair the harvester before we harvest the barley. Otherwise, we'll potentially take penalties on our yield. I have no idea what condition the harvester's in. My phone's trying to be like, you need to start stream, because this is normally the time I start. I need later on to get an area and just make a big flat area just for the Nexat equipment to sit. I say it every time, and I'm gonna keep having it not be a solved problem. Just because I have a billion more important things to do. But it is on the list of things I should probably do at some point. Alright. Yeah, so we have not repaired the harvester. It's not in bad shape, but let's repair it before we get into it, just in case we take a yield penalty. Because I'm going to want to reposition this over on that other side anyways. Now we need to pick up the eggs again today. And the barley is going to be primarily focused on the chicken. We'll put the rest in the silo for right now. You can work on that. We'll also want to check on the pigs. We'll check on what's on sale, yada yada. If I were like a full-time farm sim creator, like this is just like the game category I stayed in, I could see having a Nexat wiggle emote. It's like a wiggle emote, and it's just the Nexat just like wiggling back and forth. It wouldn't make sense for us playing Farm Sim among many other games. But I could absolutely see one of the handful of people like does Farm Sim as like their thing. Having the wiggle. I don't think we have new piglets. We have adult piggos. The piglets haven't shown up yet. I think right now, because I only have the grain and not the other feed, I don't think we're getting the others. I'm a little worried I'm gonna have to supplement their feed even farther, and buy a bunch of food, which I think is gonna be extremely cost prohibitive. Because they want root crop, and I really, really, really don't want to deal with root crop. And I'm a little worried that the pig feed is going to be cost prohibitive. My hope is once we get the canola, that'll be good enough. So you get to work on that. You pick up this. Yeah, so you need the food we're gonna get from there. Oh, we've got all that. You're fine here. I'm gonna go ahead and avoid paying for that right now. If we were to buy pig feed, how much? 1,000. I'm gonna try this. Let's get 4 of them. I'm not sure if I could put pig feed in here. One type, they still reach 100%. Yeah, we haven't seen it moving that much on the health. So that's the reason I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to supplement this real fast just to test. And we can go from there. It can also be one of those things that one crop is enough to sustain, but you need something else to get it over. I think this is it. I'm hoping I can put the pig feed in here. Yep. This will also be a good test. We tried to fill up the hog pen driving along it like you normally would. But I positioned it very poorly. I'm hoping, as an alternative, since that works that badly, to get to that silo on the edge of the road, I can just pull into the house right there and just back up the trailer directly into the silo. And that'll be a lot smoother because I'll just be able to pull it back over the hill when I need it. And heck, it might even just sit on the hill. Counter steer enough. Come on, count it. Count it. Please. There, okay. Alright, well, we got it all in there. It looks like the actual door, when that opens, is enough to shove my truck forward. We positioned that really badly. It's because I can't modify the road, and it's like all inset, and I can't make the ground lower. It'd be nice if I could make that, like, instead of a gradual thing, like a straight cliff, like put, you know, a retaining wall or something there. Just not how it works. Alright, so let's check our sales and all that. I didn't do that. Nothing I care about. So hopefully It gave us a tiny little bit of root and protein that'll hopefully make them happier. We probably also need the straw. They're waiting on the stuff I'm harvesting right now. There's no amazing contracts. The barley there is not bad. It's literally the field next to my field. I'm gonna leave it alone. How are you doing? Alright. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take 2 seconds real fast and stretch. I got food over here. I'm just gonna prep it for eating during the ad break, so give me 2 seconds. Yeah, so during the ad break, I'll be able to eat that. But sitting over here tempting me. That is one downside about doing the subathon thing. Is with the subathon thing, I gotta basically eat at some point during the stream. We've been doing these like 15-hour streams and all that, and while I can certainly eat a meal before stream normally, that's a lot of time. But usually the way I do is I just mute up my mic. Honestly. So normally I'd have like right here I could put my food, but it's a calzone and the place we have nearby that makes calzones is amazing. Like, don't get me wrong, quality of the calzone is not like S tier, but it's still really good. But it's the size they give you. You're like, yeah, I'd like a calzone. They're like, cool. Basically a large pizza folded over with calzone ingredients in it. So it is unreasonably large. And it's great because it's multiple meals, because it's so big. But yeah, so I'll have to do like a little 5-minute break during the ad break or something like that. Make that happen. That's also one of some of these processes on Farm Sim. It's one of the reasons I like both RimWorld and Farm Sim together, like both those games I really like. Is because sometimes when you need those like couple-minute breaks to get whatever done, you know, administrative stuff behind the scenes on the stream, like prepping for a collab, make some food happen, stretch your legs, whatever, that there are certain operations you can do in the game to be like, all right, work on that, and you can take a couple minutes to yourself to deal with what you got to deal with, and that, you know, something is still happening. It's not like the whole stream drags to a halt and everyone has to wait on it kind of thing. So what should happen here, I can't tell if it's still doing a head row or an actual row. If it's doing a head row, it's going to keep going around. I'll have to manually take over it to drop off the crop. If it is doing the regular rows, it'll go up and down kind of thing. And if it does that, we'll be in position to get the crops dropped off. I'm going to go ahead and move you over here. Hey, Lucky Chimera, how's it going? Yeah, so I'll go ahead and go over here. So I got plenty of room to drop off if I have to do it manually. If we remember correctly from the schedule, so we harvest the barley today. I believe I'll be able to harvest the canola tomorrow, because we did plant the canola in September, not August. Then we'll plant the canola in August, then we'll plant the barley in September, and that's our crop rotation. Well, not crop rotation. That's the crop schedule. Crop rotation would imply I'm taking one field and I'm putting a bunch of different crops through it, which in Farm Sim doesn't really have any value, which is kind of a shame. Alright. And those are all good. Yeah, so that's a head row. So we're probably going to get not quite to the end of this row. and then it'll need a drop off. And unfortunately, because of crop destruction, we don't want to pull up next to this to do it. The pipe out is on the left side, which means I have to drive over my crops, which would destroy them to get this emptied out. We'll just wait till it's near full or finish this row, drive over, drop it off in the vehicle, and then get the person back to work on it. One nice thing is with us potentially harvesting the canola the next in-game day, I can have this harvesting the canola while we cultivate this other field and do all its stuff. That should let us kind of split up the load where we're getting those processes done at the same time, versus if I have to do them sequentially, then, you know, we have to wait on all those times cumulatively as opposed to double dipping our times a little. Wifey. Okay, hey chat, give me just 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Just wanted to wish my wife off. She got pulled in for a 3rd shift, so... You know how it be. Alright, so we can empty that. Yeah, so what I think I'll probably do with the food situation is I might hide the camera for just a little bit here. So keep all the farm sim gameplay happening and all that. I'll hide the camera for a minute so people don't have to sit or watch me eat and all that. And I'll, you know, mute and unmute the mic, that kind of thing. I've done that before. It's just a lot of people, seeing people eat on stream can kind of bother them. But when you do the long stream, sooner or later you gotta eat. Alright. We'll get you back on task. And then we're going to make that happen. What's her job? She takes care of aquatic animal habitats. I'm not going to give much more information than that because past that gets to very dox yourself territory. Alright, so let me go ahead and you're going to lose audio for the game for just a minute because it's not keeping audio while out of focus. And is this the image we're looking for? That'll probably do. And grab that image. Pull it out of this folder, scooch on over, drop you back. Didn't I have, that was the chat thing, bit sub label. I thought I had a label for this. Oh, here's the label. Oh, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah, okay, that'll do. Yeah, that'll do. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the camera out of here for a minute here, while I get some food to happen. So boom. And we can make that happen, and I'll still be here and all that, and whatnot. But, you know, I am going to be making some food happen, because I'm hungry. I'm hungry, chat. I'm hungry. Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay, I rearranged things a little bit so I can actually get this on my desk properly, not have to like swivel the entire wrong way. We're right about to finish this field, and when the field's done, I'll be able to drop off all the barley for the chickens, and we will advance to the next day. And once we advance to the next day, that'll be pretty good for us, because what will ultimately happen with that is I'll have to potentially get the harvester working on the canola. If so, we do that, and then I get my tractor working on the cultivating of this field. If not, all those things I just said, but the next day after that. And thank you, Angie, for the 30-day stream streak. I do really appreciate that. So, pretty much what my plan is, I'm gonna keep at the game for just a moment here longer, just till we get this sorted out with the harvesting, and then when we get to the next day and I start the processes of the canola and this other field, I'll get back to eating my food. Because I'm gonna try and make that not be a particularly large disruption of stream. Because I get it, people want to be here to be entertained. Just gotta make sure I take care of myself. Can't entertain if I can't stand up. Not that that's an immediate concern. You get where I'm going with that. You know, you gotta do your self-care. Alright, so let's drop you off at the truck. The truck goes to the chickens, and then that'll be this in-game day handled. I'm not gonna do the extra barley field to the north. It would give me a nice little bump in money, which is always welcome, but it would delay me working on all of the other things, and it'd be something I could kind of work on only by itself. Hey, Bentley. Alright. So we could just drop this off for the chickens. And then we'll figure out when I actually get to harvest the canola. And the reason we're doing canola is I believe the canola counts as protein for the pigs. So that'll give them a more balanced diet, so that they hopefully make more pigs faster. I.e. make more money. Not sure if you're interested, but Bannerlord announced DLC. Oh! I honestly didn't think Bannerlord had been doing anything like in a long time. Didn't pull up nearly far enough, that's fine. Yeah, no, I enjoyed Bannerlord. Part of it was like, they were making updates, but most of their updates were, like, there wasn't much happening with their updates. They're very minor updates. Did I already empty the eggs? Yes. Okay. So with that, we should be good on this one. But yeah, no, I played Bannerlord a good couple times on the channel. I've had people ask me to play it again on the channel, and while I enjoyed the game, it was another one of those ones that I played a bunch. I'm like, other than just redoing what I've done, I don't know what I would do. It's one of those games that people get really excited for, but you can kind of only get like a couple of streams before people kind of get bored of it. And unless you mod, it's hard to keep people's interest. Like, there's a Twitch integration mod that's pretty good. I just don't enjoy doing a lot of modding to a lot of my games. The Twitch integration mod for that one is definitely one of those mods that kind of encompasses everything. Okay, you are probably not ready to harvest? No, so you're still growing. You don't care about the stuff here. The chickens are happy. The pigs are... Their health suddenly shot up to full, so that's good. So we're doing all that. The greenhouses are fine. Yeah, so we can just advance the next month. Plan for release June 17th. Gotcha. I'll have to look into that. There'll definitely be one I'll need a reminder for, though, because by the time stream's over today, I'm not going to remember. Okay, and let's get these things set up. And all that, and I just noticed I got a hole in my shirt. That makes me sad. I like this shirt. At least it's a hole right on the seam, like where the stitching came undone, and I can fix that myself pretty easy. Just something to add to the to-do list. Nothing new here we want to do. Okay, so now that should be ready to harvest. So what I want to do is get the harvester on this field starting to do its thing. Yep. So get this one doing the harvester and the other one doing the cultivator. I thought I was a little far to the left than I really was, apparently. Okay, then we can start cultivating this field. Because I believe this is... I actually don't know which. I'll have to check the schedule on what needs to be planted and done with what. Like when. Okay, nothing we cared about here. Schedule-wise, so I will be able to plant the canola again today. Fair enough. The pigs are doing fine. There's still only 10 of them. The chickens are doing fine. Contract-wise, I'm probably not going to do any of those. And we do need water in those soon. But that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and make... Don't complain. No, no, no. Don't try to mix these. We could drop off the barley and pick up the eggs before we get the warning that we don't have room for it. Alright. And then, like I said, I'm going to make my food happen real fast. I do like in this one with how long all your treads show. It really does show the paths you take the most on a lot of the terrain. That honestly could very much warrant, if you want to make yourself look realistic, that you could get like the paintbrush thing and actually paint the dirt spots like you've torn up the grass there. All right, well, I'm going to let this run. I'm going to eat my food real fast, and I'll be back, and then there shouldn't be another interruption after that. So thank you for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, food's done, all that. Bear with me a moment, I'll get everything switched back. There's the camera, and where's the eating thing? There you are. Alright, so my apologies. But, you know, gotta eat. Normally I eat before stream, but Tim was home today, and we, like, with everything going on, I was like, hey, next time I'm not gonna be able to, like, take the time to help cook anything. Do you just want to order calzones? Which is what we did. And it was delicious. Not the most convenient. Alright, I can deal with all that later. And thank you. Alright, so let's see how we're doing. You're fine here. You're about 2/3 of the way done. You got just this way, then back, and you're done. We can have you get the... We can have you go ahead and get the water container wherever I left that. And top off the greenhouses, because theirs are probably getting low. Was looking at chicken coops on Amazon. I can imagine, like, the number of people who play a game like this and do make the decision, you know what, I could do that. And then some of them generally probably, like, actually do get a chicken coop and it goes fine and all that. Hopefully not too many of them go horrifically in debt to get farming equipment to try and build up a farm without real world experience, or at least doing some time with a professional. Like, you know, go work on someone's farm for a little while before you try and make it on your own, because I do understand breaking into the farming industry is very cost prohibitive and very difficult. That there's a lot of upfront costs. That's actually one of the things that's really terrifying with how many people go into food. I think it's still nowadays, I could be wrong, I think it's in the US at least, the most commonly start business is a restaurant. And it's usually, you know, small family, group of friends, that kind of thing. It also has a very low success rate. But part of that is just running a restaurant's expensive. You're not... For a metal pen, it's like $300. Hey, that's cheap. All things considered, that's not bad. But, like, it's one of those things you want to open a restaurant. It's not like running your kitchen at your home where, you know, you got your oven and a microwave and a couple of other appliances here. No, if you're going to be doing, like, a proper restaurant, you usually have, like, a very nice, like, commercial oven just because of the volume and all that you need. And usually it's not an oven. Usually it's a bunch of them. You'll end up having, like, multiple sinks, all that kind of stuff. Commercial dishwasher. You're cooking, you can tell you the margins of paper thing. That's the other thing, is you end up having to take on an incredible amount of debt to fund all that equipment. And then it is a very, very tough industry, because, you know, you might sell a meal for $15, but by the time you get the supplies, the labor, and everything else in fine, like, you get, like, the final cost to all of that, you know, it might be $13. So you do that work and you might get, like, $1, $2, $3 per meal. And that's not a lot of money. Because sure, your restaurant can be, like, super duper high traffic, but most likely it won't be, like, that high traffic. Which means over the course of the hour, an actual profit if things are going well, you're not making a whole lot of money per hour. Now granted, there's stuff that works really well, like, for a lot of bars where they do mixed drinks and all that, they make some pretty good money on that. The margins are better for stuff like that. But, you know, your typical food, the margins are usually pretty paper thin. That's actually been one of the things that's been not as an obvious thing, but I've been hearing about part of the thing that's been hurting restaurants like Ruby Tuesdays and Hooters and all that. Like, there's definitely like the marketing side of it that they've not done as good of a thing of marketing to younger audiences versus older audiences, and so they're not attracting really that many net new customers, and you know, the customers that are getting 70, 80 years old aren't getting out as much or being around as much. So it's the whole thing, if you can't attract the young people, sooner or later you start having real problems. Never been to Hooters? It's okay. You're not missing that much. And that's fine. I don't imagine I'm going to run into too many people using the other version of Hooters. You're not missing very much. It was kind of like before you had all your like wing sport bar kind of places, it filled that when there wasn't much of that around. But my thing for me, and why I don't typically go to a place like that kind of thing, is like, it's no judgment about how they operate their business or whatever. There's pros and cons with a lot of that. It's more, you could go there, or you could go to just about any of their competitors, and a lot of times their competitors are just better. Like, the wings at Hooters are solidly, like, B quality. Like, it's not bad, but you're not excited about it. But then you go to, like, a really good wing place, and they're just better and cheaper. But where I was actually going with that, though, is, almost all those places I mentioned typically have a bar built in them. So, you know, Hooters has, like, a proper bar inside of it, typically. And Ruby Tuesdays will have, like, a proper bar inside of it. And it's not to say, like, a bunch of these places all serve drinks. But what we're finding is more and more younger people aren't drinking as much. Which isn't a bad thing. Like, generally speaking, just isn't a bad thing. But they're just not drinking as much. And usually when they do drink, it's more... They're not going to be drinking Natty Light. They're not going to be drinking Bud Light and these, like, the cheap stuff that, you know, when people in my generation first hit their early 20s and all that, was stuff that they were getting a ton of stuff. That, generally speaking, they're getting the nicer stuff. They're getting your craft stuff and, you know, like, really nice mixed drinks and mocktails and all that kind of stuff. That just as a generation, the younger generation, by and large, is consuming less alcohol, and when they do consume alcohol, usually it's of a higher quality. But low-key, places like Hooters and all that, that was one of their main revenue sources, was a whole bunch of people going to the bar there, get a whole bunch of cheap drinks, where they get better margins on it than the food. Well, certainly not their only business, but it was just kind of another nail in the coffin. Oh, right, I can't actually put you in the other thing. So we did manage to successfully completely fill up. Would you... Car. I'm giving you, like, literally just stay in the other lane, buddy. Now we have this weird dance because I can't fold up. Because you are underneath my equipment. There, did you want it? Do you want that? Do you want that header? It's yours. It's your header now. You can have it. Like, genuinely, this car has straight up trapped us. That's fine. I can work around that. Because what we'll do is after this finishes, I'll get it to start cultivating the other field. And once we get far enough away, the car will despawn. And we won't have that problem. Honestly, the car might despawn when we get up to this corner of the field. Because that's far enough away, it'll probably unload that car. I deliberately backed off to give the car room, and it's like, nope, I'm gonna just go ahead and merge on into where you're at. And then you have that discussion, is that more or less realistic of the car to do that behavior? Because on one hand, you're like, that makes no sense, why would the car do it? And then you also go, you know what, there's a lot of people in traffic who do stuff that really doesn't make sense. Because there's a lot of pubs here that seriously struggled since 2020. Due to youth preferring not going out to drink anymore, if they do drink at all, a Friday night has gone from the average age being low 20s to now the low 30s or late 30s. Overall numbers have gone from maybe 100 to maybe 20. Yep. Else is like, I mean, that totally is a real life thing you'd run into. That's the thing. It's one of those things you're like, okay, on one hand, it seems ridiculous that someone would do it, but also, on the other hand, I've also seen people do stuff like that, where 100% they're throwing themselves into their own problem, and you're like... But yeah, no, absolutely, Kravik. It's just a generational thing, and like, and obviously there's the economic side of it and the pains that all come from it. Arguably, it's a good thing, though. Like, we are becoming more and more and more aware that alcohol is real bad for you. And again, I say this as someone who does drink alcohol. I don't drink a lot, but I'll have, like, every once in a while I'll have myself a drink. But we are finding that alcohol is perhaps worse than we originally anticipated. It's very expensive. Like, oh my god, it's expensive. There's definitely been once or twice where I've gone out and I'll be like, oh yeah, you know, we're hanging out here. It's like, sure, I'll have a drink. How about that? Like, it won't even be like some bougie drink or whatever. It's like, yeah, sure, I'll have a screwdriver. And they come back and you get the bill and it's a $25 drink. You're like, what the? I'm sorry, if I knew this was a $25 drink, I would go ahead and have myself a water. So yeah, it's just one of those things that, and it's not that they're not drinking at all or anything. It's just by and large, they're treating it kind of the same way that, you might have your regular places you go and you'd get, like, you grab lunch, you get like Chipotle or whatever, something cost effective or whatever. But every once in a while you're like, yeah, no, let's go to the hot pot place. It's gonna cost us like $25, $30 a plate, but let's go out. You just got a raise, you just got a promotion, it's Christmas, it's the anniversary, like something to celebrate. Let's go like the hot pot place, a Korean barbecue, or Brazilian steakhouse, whatever. You got a big thing, and you go out and celebrate. Yeah, there's a thing, but it's the drinking has fallen more in line with that kind of thing. Where it's like, oh yeah, we're celebrating something, let's go out for a drink, versus, it being that the thing you do on a Friday night just to chill with friends or whatever. But so you had dinner with your son Saturday night while in Melbourne after the F1. The first time I seen him drink, we shared a Korean peach spirit of some kind. He's been 18 since August, spent all of his last year taking a slab of bottled water to parties, and refused to let you buy him drinks on his 18th. Yeah, no, it's just... I mean, there's a couple different things going on. Like, for one... Oh my god, well, okay, so this is an improvement. It doesn't look like it. This is an improvement. The red car somehow is not directly underneath me now. So that is more workable. Oh, good. The red car just sees... Don't you do it, little white car. It's my turn. No, no. Look, I'm wiggling. I'm not allowed to fold up. Don't truck. I'm just trying to turn around. I'm trying to get out of the road. I'm trying to make all of our lives easier. Truck, you literally had to be like 2 millimeters farther back, and this would not be a problem. You precisely got it just enough that I cannot work around it. I might be able to salvage this. But yeah, and that's been a thing. And like, this isn't me being judgy of anyone, like older, younger, whatever. It's just, it's a trend. Which has been interesting because like we've actually seen a lot of companies responding to it, reacting to it, however you want to put the verbiage. You are seeing a lot of the companies that used to, like the Budweiser type companies, Anheuser-Busch, that, you know, their big thing was like Bud Light for years and years and years. And they still make all that stuff, certainly. But you've been seeing them focus a lot more in making non-alcoholic drinks, making, you know, like, nicer craft products and all that. And trying to go that route. So I do think it'll be interesting to see a lot of that goes out. Because like, it was always a weird thing to me that, and this could be things from me and my generation, you know, I had, like, my folks would sometimes drink alcoholic and sometimes not, so they'd do like O'Doul's, which was the non-alcoholic beer. And for me, it was always like, why would I drink that? It tastes like the really bad beer, and I don't even get the alcohol. Versus, you know, drinking the bad beer because you're, like, broke, and that's what you can get a drink from. Or getting something, you know, nicer. Alright, so I'm hopeful putting this thing in travel mode will let me be able to get myself out of this. Oh, what are you going to do with that? So I might be able to... Don't stop, truck. Truck, I'm trying to make this better. I'm going to move real close to you. And I'm going to switch back to travel mode, and I'm going to back up to where that semi-trailer is. Just let me get all the way up here. Oh no, my wheel's going to push up against the pig pen and shove me back over here, isn't it? Hey, pigs, don't mind me. This is all the truck's fault. You know what? Do I need to do anything else with this today? I do, unfortunately. So what we can actually do with this is you don't have anything left in you. So if I reset it, doesn't hurt anything. So we can go to our map and say, hey, this thing, reset it. Okay. Oh, that's... I expected it to reset it with its attachments. I feel like that's fair. I feel like it's fair for me to leave that exactly how that is and let them live with this situation they've created. Let's say 44 years old today and you still don't genuinely like the flavor of beer? Saying that though, an ice cold beer on Hot Summer's Day in Austin just hits amazingly well. There's beers I do like. There's also beers I really don't think. Can you tow the attachments with other things? So some attachments you can get trailers for. I don't believe the Nexat has those. Unfortunately. But, like I said, I'm down just leave that situation exactly as it is. And also, yeah, happy birthday. So, like, for me, I've never been a fan of, like, the light beers. Like, I could go for a Miller Chill. I wouldn't say it's anything amazing. Like the Corona-style beer, if you will. But, that's about the lightest I go. Usually I'm more... I like an Irish Red, but those are really hard to come by, where they're, they have a little bit of caramel in them. Honestly, as I've gotten older, I've gone more and more towards, like, ciders. as opposed to beers. When I was much younger, I used to drink some really hoppy stuff. Really hoppy stuff. Alright, in the meantime, while that's all sitting there, let me go ahead, reset you. Reset you. There. They get to still all sit in purgatory as they just slam into each other from all that. Yeah, I can reset the art pieces. I wasn't doing it as kind of like my own personal punishment for the AI being the way the AI is. I keep looking at this. Oh, that is the next ad. Wait, is that the plant? Oh, wait, I actually want that. That is what I want. Hang on. That's the planter for the next ad. That lets me grow the other crops. Can I even make that happen? All right, let's talk. I can make it happen. I was literally in the middle of saying, I keep looking at this, thinking it's the Nexat, and then I see it's the Nexat pack. So if we look at what I have versus what that is, and why I want that. So I have to get all of these pieces of equipment. So right now, I have this one. The Inspire. The Inspire is for, like, your grains and all that. The Tempo is for stuff that's a planter, where it shoves the whole plant in the ground. So I don't actually have that. And I'm going to get it for a little less than half price by doing this. So as much as I don't need this right now, it's going to save me, like, the space is blocked, I gotta clear the area. Alright, fine. So I gotta set you down. Go retrieve the other equipment. So go retrieve the other equipment and get that set up. That's leaving me very, very little left I have to get. Because we still need to get the header for the slurry thing, we need to get the hoe, we need to get the cultivator, and we need the harrower. I think that's all that's left. So yeah, we're only down to like 4 or 5 things, and once I have all of that, that'd be what I, like, basically I have to actually use the things. Are you still stuck here? I wonder if I can squiggle around this using the fact that it's shaped like a weird C. No, because the driver's seat sticks way the heck out in front. Alright, fair enough. We'll just go around. I was curious if I could, like, drive the Nexat, like, between there, shift the telephone pole into this opening on the right, and then, you know, get to the other side, shift it back around. I probably could with enough effort, but probably not worth the time. Alright, so real question is, which way do I even need to be facing for this? So I have to grab the hopper first. Can I get over that? I think the way those reset was the worst possible way. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty rough. Alright, so I need to go from the side that is in between these. But I think I need to back in between these. And then the connection point is facing me right now for the header. So I'm going to have to get this thing, go back to travel mode, drive the whole way around it, go back into work mode, and pick it up. Did I mention this thing's a little bit on the extremely impractical side? Hey look, traffic finally sorted itself out. On the plus side, at least the cultivator's working this whole time. So while we're doing circles dealing with all this crap, we are at least still being productive. Versus if I needed this other stuff for other things, and this whole time I was fussing with this, it'd just be wasting time. We are getting pretty close to the point where I will do the switch over and stream of what we're playing. For those who haven't been here for like the last couple of weeks, I've been doing about half the stream Farm Sim, and then about half the stream something else. We did a bunch of 2-point museum till I finished all the museums at 5 stars. We did a Night of Prison Architect, where I learned that challenge modes don't matter in it anymore because they made it nearly impossible to lose. And you can't change the difficulty settings, so like literally they just made it so there's like just no losing to the game. Alright, so we can go over here, because I'm going to need to pick up that cedar in a minute to do this. We did... What did we do yesterday? We did, RimWorld. That's what we did yesterday. I believe we already did the eggs today. It's just... This day and yesterday have been very long days. Well, sorry. We've had 2 very long days of stream because of adding that new field and all of the other things related to that. Okay, so now I can go in here and get the planter. Goodness, we're not as horrifically in debt as I thought we were going to be. So, for this to work, I need to grab the cedar, because the planter can... Sorry, the hopper. Because I need the hopper to connect the planter. We'll also want to flip that over. The question here is this suddenly means if I didn't want to do canola, I have more options. I still think we're just doing canola because we already figured out. I don't feel like going through the whole process right now. But if we got the other harvester header, we could do sunflowers as protein for the pigs. And then when it comes to using all the tools, that would be all the planter-related equipment used. Because that would leave me with the sprayer, the cultivator, the harrower, the weeder, and the slurry header to use. After which point I will have used all the tools. Alright, so... I think I need to be turned around. Yeah, that's what I could see is we'll do this for right now. And then later on, we could switch over to, later on we could switch over to the sunflowers to feed the pigs. And that would satisfy all that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because this one can do corn, sorghum, sunflowers, soybeans, sugar beets, and cotton, and green beans. I don't want to do any of those right now. I also don't think we can do hardly any of those today, because we're in August. No, literally none of those things can I plant this season. So I need to drop this off. And thank you for the follow. You left your PC on while you're at work. So over the course of the day, you haven't ended up here through raids? Yep, that does happen. Alright, so we need to drop the planter header we just picked up. You just plunk that right here. I need to go the other side, pick up the cedar header instead. I'm curious. I'm willing to bet someone will make like a Nexat Garage DLC, or not DLC, a mod or something like that. Just like a specific garage made with the intent of holding the Nexat stuff. So like you can pull into a spot, it's deliberately got like the terrain slightly raised or something so you can drive the Nexat over it, put down the thing, scooch over to the next one, and be all organized with it. I'm willing to bet someone will also come up with a tweak on the AI to make it play nice with a bunch of this. Okay. So, we shouldn't need lime this year. I don't need to worry about that. What we will want to do is get you planting the canola. That shouldn't take too long. That field that's really long and narrow is actually pretty well suited specifically for the Nexat. It's already set to canola, which is perfect. Need to zip on right back here. Tell you to get to work. Grab you out of the way. You've done your job. Alright, no super important harvesting contracts. Those are all good. Animals are all good. That poor machine on its side. It's a whole thing. Alright. Drop you off over here. So you're fine for right now. We'll have to top off the chicken's feed every, like, 5 days, 4.5, 5 days, which isn't that big a deal. Okay, so what is it saying about the chickens? So yeah, so the canola does count as protein. So we do have grain and protein for it. We are getting reproduction rate of 50%. If we do get the, what is base food? Oh, do I also need to straight up, wait, do I need straight up, like, hog feed on top of that? Or does base food count for everything? What is base food here? Let's go check on the pigs. So we have our grains and our proteins. Though I don't know what corn would count as for the hogs. Because corn, I wouldn't call that a... I mean, I guess it's a grain, sort of. I don't think it's a protein. So the soybeans, the canola, the sunflowers are definitely our protein. The potatoes and the other stuff are root stuff. The sorghum, wheat, barley are definitely the grains. The corn could be the base feed. Pigs are annoying. And then we have pig feed, and it seems like the pig feed kills everyone. May say directly under pigs and help. I always forget that there's a help section because it's so out of the way. And animals. That's just the symbolism. We need to go to pigs. Food: corn, wheat, barley. That doesn't help. Manure and slurry, mature in 5 months. In Farming Simulator, there are different breeds of pigs. We don't care about that. When it comes to providing food to the pigs, they are the most time-consuming animal because they need to feed a variety of crops in order to grow yourself. As an alternative, you can buy pig feed, which of course is more expensive in the long run. To maintain the health of the pigs, therefore the ability to reproduce, you need to provide them with a mix of feed. You just unload the pig food and all that. So Bates is... okay. So we need corn or sorghum as the base, wheat or barley as the grain. Okay. So I need to be growing sorghum. We are going to need more land for these stupid pigs. So, this is fine. We're already planting the canola. When do you plant sorghum for future reference? April. So we will end up needing more land to put sorghum. So literally I'm going to be dedicating almost 3 fields to these pigs. Just putting it out there. That these pigs are going to require 3 different types of crops on 3 different fields. Thanks, pigs. You're the best. Now, if we get lucky, and on the sales, we score... where are you at? We score this thing down here. Then I will probably switch it over to corn. Sorghum, it's a type of grain. Sorghum's usually used in, like, flatbread kind of things. Gluten-free bread, that kind of thing. You feel like pigs should have been bought last because of the requirements? Yeah, well, I was under the impression they would eat anything and they just wouldn't thrive unless you gave them the wider range of stuff. I don't really know what you're doing right now. It's fine, because it still has to do the outside, so it's going to do that little lip on the edge there. At least maybe we won't get the tire grooves. Sorghum, we believe, is the original wheat grain that we cultivated as a species? Yes. Sorghum was the first grain that we cultivated as, you know, like, humanity. And then, you know, over time we got to, like, wheat and barley and all these other ones. But it was where we started. Like I said, they still grow it nowadays, but my understanding is it's primarily used nowadays for stuff like gluten-free products. I think, like, breads that don't rise, stuff like that. It still has a use, but it's kind of more specialized than it used to be. And it's also used for animal feed. It's kind of like, what is... There's a leafy green that... Alfalfa. Alfalfa, is very heavily used for animal feed. Maybe sell the pigs to later? Well, the thing is, I still own the barn and all that. I could sell the pigs. At this point, we have them. I might as well keep going with it. Yeah, it's more work. Yeah, there's going to be more investment. But they should ultimately make me some money. So, once we get that going... that's fine. I'm still, like, the things I'm acquiring are still pieces of the Nexat. We're still getting more land. All of that's still, we make more money. I just underestimated their complexity. How many other animals do we need to get? Horses, cows, and sheep, I believe, are what's left. The thing about those is grass, grass, and grass. So all 3 of those, grass is all I need. And for the grass, I already have the header for the McDrawn windrower. So I just need to get this to deal with that and a baler. And that'd be our grass need met. I need a field as well. I mean, I can go in some little gaps between my areas. I get little spots of grass along the edges, but that's not enough to feed the animals. What I need to do is, I need to get a chunk of land that's got some grass on it, which the plan has been to get that tile, 44 over here, that this one is planning on making the grass field, and we would use that for the animals. Realistically, this is full now. When it comes to building the cow pasture or something like that, I need a new spot anyways. So that could also be silage too, but details. So you don't technically need the silage just to have the animals successfully. The silage is needed for doing a lot of the other benefits for the animals, but not strictly required. Oh yeah, my mouse is way off stream again. Yeah, I don't know why that happens with some games. But yeah, so I'm looking at, it's up here on field 44. That's what I'm thinking about potentially getting the grass. That's not what I want to do. So like right now it's sorghum. But you get the idea here is the sorghum only goes this far. We've got like this little chunk here, like this little creek that goes up it and goes that way, which is why it's not more field. But even if I keep the field there, that means I get this chunk of grass over here. Yeah, it's a different barn for each and every animal. So like if I want this, so I got the pig barn there. If I was to get the sheep, like there's a possibility I could wedge this in somewhere. I think realistically what we'll be doing is either the sheep go, well actually, so if the sheep were to go there, like I buy this land, and the cows need a big area. Yeah, so you put the sheep and the horses in the same area. Yeah, there's 7 animal types, but this is just bees. Which actually, now that I think about it, we're planting canola. I'm just taking this over. Does airdrop not count bees? I don't think so. But I mean, I won't need 20 beehives. Because if we say we need 20 bees, I don't care what beehives you're looking at. A beehive is going to be more than 20 bees. And there's also a doghouse. But it's for 1 dog. I'm not building 20 dog houses. Back to what I was doing. Yeah, so we got the really big beehive, and the reason I did that is bees do give a bonus to canola specifically. $20 doghouses, 20 beehives. I mean, I could do it, it just wouldn't be worth doing. Because, like, the dogs in this game, the only thing you do, you can, like, pet them and they'll do, like, a little runaround, and that's cute and adorable. But functionally, that's all they do, which is still fun. Like, most of the farms, I put a doghouse singular on there. But, I believe there's only 1 dog model. I could be wrong about that. And it is one of those things that, like, getting a bunch of them doesn't change anything. It's just you pet the dog, it still does, like, a little run around and all that, which is, again, cute. I do like it's inexpensive. I do think it's worth actually putting one on just for the adorableness of it. But past one, it almost becomes like Uncanny Valley, seeing like 8 of the same dog doing the same walking around in circles. It's like you at work, there's like 10 identical golden retrievers. Yup. Alright, so we got you all sorted out. So I need to do a round with the hoe quickly over the field so that the weeds don't come in. And all that. But yeah, no, thank you for mentioning the animals, because even if they don't count towards it, the bees increase the yield for canola. So even if I don't get crap for honey out of those bees, I don't care. The benefit to the amount of canola I will get out of my canola field is worth it anyways. That corner missing? No, it's just lighting. Okay. For a moment, it looked like they hadn't planted that one corner. I was like, what? Do they buff any other crop? Yes. I believe they buff sunflowers and canola, I think, are the 2 they buff. There might be ones I'm not familiar with, but those are the 2 I could think of off the top of my head. So I'm going to try and do this one a little bit different than I did the other ones, because this one has, like, one hopper has 2 different possibilities for things that could attach. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the header here. Move forward. Cool. And then I just need to do a round with the hoe over the field. And that should be the canola all square for the year. I'll just do that myself real fast. Okay. Yeah, so all things considered, that's good. And yeah, so those bees will give me honey. That's what that little pad next to it I had to place down, is that's just saying where I want the honey to be dropped. But yeah, so if we were to go into the sunflower, it'd probably be making the field next to me, right over there, whatever that's got planted, it'd be sunflowers. I don't think we will, but that would be if, like, if for whatever reason we just wanted one more crop or whatever, and we decide on sunflower, that'd be the thing. Realistically, I would want sorghum, though, because I either need the sorghum or the corn to feed the pigs and get the full value. Which wouldn't be that bad. It would just literally be buying an extra plot of land. What we might even do is where I talked about getting the grass, at least short term, while I'm still setting everything up. I could see keeping the field over there as sorghum in the short term. I didn't put that down. I did on the first pass, not second. Team doing subathon? No, subathon's still going. We still got 6.5-ish hours left on the clock. You've been in the hospital? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope whatever it is, you know, is dealt with, mitigated, whatever's appropriate, that kind of thing. That like you got the best outcome going forward that's reasonably possible. Like I said, I said earlier, I'll go to the normal end time. Now, what I'm not sure is how I want to deal with, like, let's say it ends with 30 minutes left on the clock. I mean, realistically, there's only 30 minutes left on the clock at the end. Maybe I just go long and knock it out. But if it is, yeah, I know you're all good, Larding. If it is one of those things that, like, people keep adding, like, just 10 minutes and just barely keeping it going, because we've had that happen. And that's not, like, a malicious thing people do. Like, people don't want it to end. But, you know, very understandably, they're not ready to drop a bunch of money to, you know, put 8 hours on the clock again or something themselves, because that's a lot of money. But, you know, so each time it gets really close, they'll drop a sub and all that. It took a while to get a diagnosis, but you got one, and now you know how to treat it. Nice. Well, that's honestly often that's the best you can hope for, to get like the information you need to move forward. But yeah. So it is one of those things. Like if we, it's always the catch, because like if there's only 10 minutes left in the clock.
Thank you, Big Mustachelo, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Big Mustachelo, for adding 10 minutes onto the clock. I do appreciate that, and thank you for so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Means a lot, so thank you. But yeah, it's one of those things, like, if we get to the end of the stream, and there's like 10 minutes left of the clock, I'll probably just try and ride out the clock, but if people do keep adding to the time, eventually I'll have a point, I just call it, which won't be super long. Hey, Andre, how's it going? But, you know, if there's like, that's the catch, because I'm starting stuff way early. I don't know what I would do if we get super late in the evening, so I like really have to call. We only have like 1 hour left on the clock, because in theory, I should start the stream just as early as always, and I probably will. But then it also feels like a weird thing if like the timer goes out 1 hour into stream, I've started 4 or 5 hours early, and you're like, well, this is a bunch of free hours people are getting, which isn't the point. But you know, that 1 hour is effectively like 4 hours. That's the one I'm kind of head scratching at how I want to deal with that if that were to come to pass. Which again is part of why, if it looked like there's just half an hour left on the clock, I'd probably try and just ride it out on the end of the previous stream. Like just go long that way. Because then that removes all those logistics of being like, okay, well what's the more appropriate way of doing it? Because it's also one of those things, with stream tricks and all that, if I were to do that, you know, and I stream for like 2-3 hours and go, well, you know, time ran out, it's my, you know, normally a day off, I'm going to go ahead and do a mini stream or whatever. But if you had an hour left on the clock and start 1 hour earlier than that's honestly, Kravik, that is probably the best thing. So like, whatever amount of time is left on the clock, if it's under like 2-3 hours, I'll just start streaming that amount early, as opposed to just, you know, as early as I can. That's honestly not a bad idea, because then you don't get into that weird do you do a bunch of extra time not. Okay, so this should all be taken care of. So we've got this seeded and all that. You need a round of fertilizer. You'll end up being seeded the next in-game day.
Thank you, Allison_Adventures, for gifting the sub to Red Leisure.
And thank you, Allison Adventures, for the 10 gifty subs. That's incredibly generous, and thank you so much for that. Adding another like hour and 40 minutes onto the clock. Oh, and thank you for doing the shout out and everything. Now there's no questions. Yeah, you love this map. You only have Farm Sim 22, but this is your top 10 maps. It's a good map. It is a really good map. The one and only downside on this map is really your contracts. Because all of these little ones over here when you're doing contracts, and these little ones up here when you're doing contracts, the contracts suck on those ones. because it's just the cost of
Thank
renting
you,
is worse.
Allison_adventures for gifting a sub to Boudet RPG.
But I do actually like this map. Of the pre-existing maps, I'd say it's this one or the Silver Run mod. Probably Silver Run is probably
Thank you,
my favorite.
Allison_adventures for
I
gifting
just
a
like
sub to
how it's less
Azure_Miss_.
practical, but it's probably my favorite map. But outside of that, we'll do this. So let's advance the day. But thank you so much for the
Thank you,
the generosity, Allison. I do actually have the group sub thing working where it detects the whole group. It just Twitch sometimes sends it out of order. When that happens, it breaks everything. Which it's fine. The only thing it breaks is we hear all the alerts as opposed to one alert for the whole group.
Thank you, Allison_adventures for gifting a sub to Scon93.
I'm gonna worry about any of those. Alright, so still no new pigs. That's fine, they're working on it.
Thank you, Allison_adventures for gifting a sub to Cozy Vibes Gamer.
I also completely forgot that I said yesterday it was going to be when we switch games. It's fine. I have a subathon command.
Thank you, Allison_adventures
It's subathon.
for gifting a sub to Bates Holtz.
So we've already cultivated that field, it's fine.
Thank you, Allison_adventures for gifting a sub to Smokier Silver.
It's subathon. Well, because sub actually has a very specific meaning in Twitch. Farm Sim All-Nighter. Nah, so the plan here is we'll get through this day because I started this day, and if I stop halfway through a day, we'll not remember what we're doing. This day shouldn't be a big deal, because what we'll end up doing is I will take our cedar, and I'm gonna go work on the other field to get the barley planted, and then we will put the fertilizer in on this field, and then we'll hoe the other field to prevent the weeds, and all that. You know, I very much enjoy Farm Sim. I've just been doing a lot of Farm Sim lately, and I am a variety streamer, so I do try and mix up my content. You could just, unfortunately, like, pigeonhole yourself in games and all that. And it is a thing that as a variety streamer, you can kind of chase away your variety audience if you just keep playing the same game, the same game, the same game. You know, they want to see a variety of things. So there's definitely, like, a balance you do. Like, and if you're really vibing with the game, it's absolutely a thing you can play a bunch of it. There's a juggle. And there's no right or wrong answer on how much or how little is too much, too little. It is one of those things you just kind of have to feel for it, because as much data as you can get doing streaming and all that, most of it's not good. Alright, so you do your thing. You already picked up the eggs. I need to grab you for the fertilizer for the other field. But then, once we're done with this in-game day, we'll get to the switch. I'm still debating back and forth whether we just pick up where we left off with the Rimworld run from last night. We're going to still do that run regardless. But with Planet Coaster having a major update today, and City Skylines 2 having a major update like 2 days ago, I could definitely do either of those as well. Let's see. Speaking of which, you loved your Architect run? You haven't watched someone play it in years. Yeah, it hasn't done a lot in years, and I ended up actually pretty frustrated with Prison Architect at the end of the night. Because there was a lot of times I felt like the game should have given me the fail condition, which we did have turned on. Like, where it'd have, like, 16, 17, people die in a day. So normally, what it used to happen is it was somewhere around, like, 7 to 10 people would die in a day. And you get a phone call from the CEO, and the CEO's like, don't let anyone else die in the next day or two. And it was like 3 people die in the next day or two, or it's game over. And like when you got that message, it was usually really, really hard to recover from that point. Not unless you did some really deliberate shenanigans. And even that was a high-risk play. But we had days that we got over 17 people died or whatever in the prison in one day, and no call. And then eventually, like, because I started, like, it's getting to the end of the night, and I'm like, but this should be over. Like, this gang is, like, nearly equivalent in number to my guards. Like, this prison should be going up to hell in a handbasket from what I'm used to. And it wasn't until we got, I think it was 17 people died in one day that we finally got the call. No, it was more than that. We had up to 17, we still hadn't gotten the call. So I deliberately sabotaged it, and we got up to 30 people died in one day, and I finally got the call being like, hey, you better shape up. If too many people die the next day, like, game over. And then the number it said we had to die the next day was 20. And, like, I practically have to go and, like, go out of my way to kill these prisoners to try get that number. And so literally not fixing any of the problems I deliberately caused, just let the prison burn, and I still couldn't get the game over. I actually had to get the game over. I had to remove the canteens, delete the walls leaving the prison, like leave big openings of it, and fire all of my guards. And even then, it took me multiple days before enough people, escaped and killed people to cause it. I had riots that were triggering with no guards, and then canceling because the people decided they didn't want to riot anymore. While having no food. So, as much as I love the game, and I still think it's a good game, they murdered challenge runs. Because if you can't lose, it's real hard to have a challenge run around that. It was honestly pretty upsetting. Still love the game, for the record. But I like to do challenge runs in it, and it's basically my preferred way of playing the game, which again was optional to opt into it. For whatever reason, they just gutted it. Completely gutted it. Yeah, so it'd be Planet Coaster, Oxygen not included, RimWorld, City Skylines 2 would also be in there. And it's Planet Coaster 2 and City Skylines 2, not the originals. Was there another game? We could put Stone Shard on there as... Or was it Stone Shard? Is that the name of it? Yeah, we could put Stone Shard on there as well. I'm less prepared for Stone Shard, just... I haven't messed with it before. Like, I'm not, like... I picked up the game, I own it, it's installed. Yeah, Oxygen not includes, but yeah, we could do the 5. You can start that poll if you want, by the way, for 5 minutes, I think would be good. If I'm assuming you're working on it with what you're asking. Which, for the record, of those games, Planet Coaster 2 would be probably Sandbox, new park. Oxygen not included would be a new run. It'd probably do the Cold World because I really enjoy the Cold World. That was not the last DLC, but the DLC before that. City Skylines 2 would be a brand new city because both Planet Coaster and City Skylines 2 had major updates this last week, and I haven't played since they first dropped. And so while they had pretty rough launches, I've heard lots of promising things about the state of the game nowadays. So it'd be fun to go back and be like, okay, it's been, like, literally they celebrated 1 year for, was it City Skylines? It actually might be both of them. No, Planet Coaster 2 is more recently. So City Skylines 2 will have had its 1 year. But, they had a whole thing, it's like, it's a year later, where's the game at? I think it's fair. Because, like, for example, when you look at City Skylines 1, it had a bit of a rough launch, the original City Skylines. But at the time, it was SimCity, who hadn't come out with a new game on PC in years and years. What was the Stone game? Stone Shard, one word. Which is a game I haven't played at all yet. The other ones I've played, but we'll be doing new runs. And then RimWorld will be continuing the Evil run that we started yesterday. Which, regardless, we're going to keep doing the Evil run. It's whether we're doing that tonight or, like, tomorrow or whatever. Yep, so if you do not see the poll, refresh your browser. That is just a thing that, all that. Now, my big ask is don't deliberately tie the vote just to tie the vote. It's totally fine if the vote naturally ties. You mess with Noida at all? I have played a lot of Noida in the past. Noida does horrifically on my channel. The Stone Char is quite hard for new players. Yes, I do understand that would be difficult. But yeah. So like I like Noida. Like I've done the orb run, so I got like the gold necklace. Do I have the gold? I think I have the gold necklace and the gold crown. Yeah, no, I do break the tie. My big thing that I mentioned about the not deliberately tying, if it's one of those things when a vote is of something of no consequence, tie away. Like, what's better, peanut butter or jelly, tacos or pizza, like those kind of ones? By all means, meme it up, tie it up. When it's something like a creator saying, hey, what game should we play tomorrow? When you take a game, like you take that and you deliberately tie it, it means you're artificially inflating a game people want to see less. And it's my opinion that that's actively harming the channel, because now you're artificially pushing up a game people don't want to see as much, which means you're kind of guaranteeing that if that wins, the next stream will be a lower viewership stream as a result, or whatever, because you are promoting a game that people want to see less because of the memes. That's my take on it. So my thing is, I ask that you deliberately vote for what you actually want to see. If it happens to tie, that's totally okay. But like, when you do see the poll and it's going 12-11, 12-11, you're like just kind of going up and up 1-to-1 vote where people are like very clearly trying to deliberately tie it of something of consequence. It's like, hey, don't do that. It's very genuinely my big ask that I would like Twitch to do is I want to have the functionality in polls where I can hit a tick box and one, you can't see it till it's done. So you have no idea where the vote is so far as the split, so that everyone honestly votes for what they want because they can't see anything to tie it and do the memes. And then two is to be able to have multiple votes so that you can say and go, well, I want to see, like, maybe you have someone's like, well, I don't want to see Stone Shard, but I want to see the other four. So you can vote for all four of the other ones. So that way you kind of get the one that everyone wants to see the most. It blows my mind we still don't have that functionality. Because it just needs to be a tick box at the bottom. That's all it needs to be. Like, we used to have the thing where you could make you pay bits to get extra votes, which I understand there's a monetary motivation there. But it wouldn't be that hard to be like, hey, you, like, instead of a dot, you can do a checkbox instead. But yeah, hiding the results until it's done. I do want people to see the final result. But hiding the results as it's going, I really wish that's the thing. Like, it can say, like, X number of people have voted. That's all fine. It would just be just where they couldn't. Because again, when you're trying to get an honest response, the memes can hurt. Again, if it's a thing of consequence. If it's a vote like, is such and such a total Chad, meme it up, have a good time. Because clearly it's a meme vote to begin with. It's a meme vote to begin with, so meme results can be completely expected. Yeah, I could use a third-party tool. The problem when you use the third-party tools is participation is greatly reduced, which is understandable. If I'm like, hey, click on this other thing, you're probably going to have to either log in or already be on Google or whatever, depending on the tool. You got to go over there, and then you got to go vote on it. It like, the number of people who participate is greatly reduced. And when you consider that usually at any given time about 20 to 30% of your audience is not lurking, everyone else is. Like, we have what, like about 200 people here? That means if every single person who wasn't lurking voted, we'd probably be sitting somewhere in the area of like 30 to 40 votes, maybe 50 votes. But when you go to a third-party tool, even if it knocks it down by like a quarter, it's a pretty big knockdown as far as people participating in the vote. Which means you're getting you're getting information from a fewer and fewer portion of the viewership. Alright, so it looks like the RimWorld Evil run, won by a large margin, is literally combined the next two. That isn't super surprising. We do a lot of RimWorld here. I do think what we might do So we'll do RimWorld tonight. Let's see. Third party, you immediately discourage anyone watching via mobile. Even active viewers are less likely to click on a link to participate. Yep. There's a reason I don't use the third party tools very much. Like, I very much have been pushing that, saying, hey, they need to bring it in-house. But once we get this field hoed, so we're going to seed it and we're going to hoe it. You just never played it, Evil, so I was eager to see how it goes. Oh yeah, no, by all means. Like, that's, voting for that, like, there's nothing about that vote that bothered me. Like, you didn't see the like, usually when things get to higher vote, you can tell when people are deliberately trying to tie it. Because you'll end up seeing that, like, the 2 games that take the lead, and then you'll see, like, 1-2 votes go here, then 1-2 votes go there, then 1-2 votes go here, then 1-2 votes go there, then 1-2 votes go here. And you're like, yeah. Because it's not a person, like, you'll have once in a while someone will wait because they're debating between 2 games, but when one of them's clearly taking the lead, they're going to vote of the ones that are taking the lead, which one they want more. Or they might specifically not want the game that's leading. The votes will tend to come in quicker too. Yeah. You can tell when it's, like, very painfully obvious that people are, like, deliberately trying to tie it. When it's a lower view count, like lower vote count, like lower percentage of people participating in the vote, it can be really hard to tell whether it's an authentic tie or people are memeing. But the times they've had, like, 30, 40 people, 50 people all on, like, when you have a vote that has, like, a total number of, like, 60, 70 people on it, we've had that before. And usually someone in chat will call out to tie it up, which I didn't used to have the spiel, and now it's kind of one of the things, is I did have one case where, like, I really pushed back and, like, hey, very genuinely tying this kind of hurts me. Like, I understand the memes be memes, and you want a meme, but very genuinely, the ties and those things I see as harmful to the channel. And I get it. People don't mean ill intent. But that's the reason why I explain it. They're just memeing of, tee-hee-hee, we tied the vote. Streamer has to choose, or tee-hee-hee, we tied the vote. We did it. That kind of thing. But it is a thing of consequence as far as I'm concerned. Because I've had it before where we had a vote between 2 games that was clearly the tie back and forth. The game switched, and over half the viewers dropped off all at one time. And, like, it was less people stuck around than had participated in the initial vote. And I'm like, if you voted for it, then why did you leave? That was a long, long time ago. That was, like, when 30, 40 people was a really good stream for me. But it was basically that people meme-tied the vote and didn't actually want to see the second game. So they voted for it, they hung around for 15, 20 minutes, realized they didn't actually want to see the second game, and left. Which you always do take a punch on your viewership when you switch categories, because there will be people who's like, I wanted to watch the other game you were playing. That's why I showed up. Now you're not. Fair enough. No judgment about that. Like, seek the content you're looking for. But yeah. I do play variety, so I do mix it up. At least it's not as bad as when I started playing Project Zomboid less for the first time, when, like, on Twitch the category was kind of imploding. Build 41 had been out for a long time. Like, my world record run had died off, so I was no longer the one with the world record. Oh, sorry. I had the world record still. I was no longer on the run that had it, though. That character had died, and the person who took my world record, earned it. I'm not saying this is negative. Lamprey absolutely earned that record, and how. But, like, I was no longer the top dog on the category or whatever. Like, viewership nearly imploded overnight on the channel because I've been playing so much of it. And I was putting a lot more focus in variety. We hadn't heard anything about Build 42, which still ended up being over a year after the fact before we heard it was coming or anything. And so I was focused a lot more on my other variety stuff. And it was like in the middle of the summer that there was like one little spike in viewership for Project Zomboid. I think it was like Sequisha or something like played it. And I got a DM from someone who had used to watch the channel who was like, I bet you feel real stupid about quitting Project Zomboid right now. Which at first was like, what are you talking about? You know, had to look up the numbers. I was like, one person streamed this. What are you talking about? Did you miss the poll? Yeah. We're playing Hello Kitty Island. I'm teasing, we're playing RimWorld. I've actually, so as much as I was memeing about the Hello Kitty Island, I've actually heard that's supposed to be pretty good. Like, if you're into the Animal Crossing style game, I'm under the impression that actually, like, no memeing, it's supposed to actually be, like, genuinely pretty decent. Which, I haven't played it, and I would honestly not have high expectations of it, but a lot of people I know who actually have pretty solid taste in games have been like, no, I played it as a meme, it's actually good. So that is one of those ones that maybe if I start getting... Maybe it could be one of those things that very genuine, it's like, not as a meme, but like maybe one of our stretch goals. Like say the subathon goes, we get this, because the next stretch goal is like getting the hair dyed. I would tell you how many points it is till that. I genuinely don't know. I need to sit down and do the math. It's still a decent amount. Well, actually, so Elson dropped 10. Yeah, it's probably like 50 points still. So it's a ways off still. And don't quote me on the 50. Like I said, I don't actually know. I have to sit down and do the math. All right, so let's save that. Because if I start advancing more days, I'll just keep playing this game. Yeah, we did get the plus points. But yeah, so it could be one of those things that if we get that one, maybe 50 points after the hair dye, I'll promise to do like a Hello Kitty Island thing. I say this having no idea how much that game costs. I can't... In my heart, I'm like, I can't imagine it's much. For those watching over on the YouTube side, it's the same old. I'll be switching categories. I gotta take down the stream for a minute. Blame YouTube. They don't let us switch categories in a way that isn't dumb. But I'll be back in a couple minutes on the YouTube side. And over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're gonna still be here. But we are going to be switching games. So let's get this.